nothing. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. Man, bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing, man. Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing. Man.
Shit muted me. Mic was too loud. Turn this shit down just a little bit. What's going on, people? Welcome. Alright. Eloquently petty, articulate assholery. My name is Marcus Reyes. This is the Keep It 100 channel. We are in the building. Still on a Monday evening for you East Coast motherfuckers. What's poppin'? Now, let me say this. We bring down this volume a little bit on this music. This is a disagreement day. What that means it's a debate. So when you see disagreement day, that means it's a debate. Shout out to Dave Tao, one of my day ones. Said, the provider mail is dead. He ain't coming back. Hey, man. They not gonna feel me, man. Oh, shit. Arigato, Mr. Roboto. What's going on? It's the name is Jaggins in the building. Alright. Yeah. Hey, yo, Puff, turn me up in the headphones. When I check it. When I. Fuck happened to the beat, man? I was about to, you know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm fucking with y'all. Yo, what's going on, peoples? It's a Monday night. All right. We try to take the least amount of your time as possible. Shout out some people up in here. We got the one. Shout out to Adric. Adric is always the first in the building most of the time. Patrick Saint, what's going on? Mike Ferg, my nigga. All right. Dre, 420. What's going on, man? Mr. Snaz, what's poppin', man? All right. Ron, what's going on, bro? Rev, what's happening, man? All right. Yeah, StreamYard, man. Yo, StreamYard got a lot of these new features that, you know, we ain't used to fucking with yet. Shout out to Ty City. He's going through some of the same shit I'm going through with this shit. I mean, I like that there's new features. It's cool. Might have to watch a tutorial. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you. Ghetto User was good. Shane is in the building. My mellow. Shane Rab is in the building. All right, my man Leon Henny King. What's going on, bro? All right, Xander with the Z. Mr. O with the info. What's going on, man? All right. Shout out to my man Ghetto User, man. Yo, you know, all the regulars. All the regulars. He said, bring it on, as we used to say. Bring it on. Bring it on. Old school ass shit. That's where motherfuckers used to shoot music videos in the alley. What's going on, Gail? All right. For those y'all don't know, I'm gonna promote some shit real quick. For those that don't know, because I just found out myself, the Nameless Protagonist has a channel. Now, if y'all knew this shit already, I'm late. Nobody sent me the memo. So, subscribe to that brother. Okay? Okay? Listening to him, your brain cells will grow. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll grow to another part of your brain that you didn't know you could access listening to this guy. You listen to this guy, you're gonna learn some shit. Okay? You're gonna learn some shit. You're gonna learn some new words, you're gonna learn some new definitions, some new concepts. Okay? You know how you lose brain cells listening to dumb shit? Okay? This motherfucker had your head not fitting your hat. Alright? So shout out to the Nameless Protagonist. He's in the building. Alright? Telling you, this motherfucker deeper than the blue ocean. Listen, right. New wrinkles in your brain. Shout out to Indigo. What's good, bro? Oh, Ty Lit is up in the building. Ty Lit. I see you. I see you. Shout out to my man. Shout out to everybody with channel. Shout out to Gail. Shout out to, shout out to my man Rob. My man Youssef, I see you. Shout out to my man Rob from Black Light Revelation. Shout out to General Tito. Shout out, shout out to my man Dr. Thunder. Shout out to the Roger Report. Everybody, man. We don't always agree, man. But I fucks with y'all. So, real quick, before we get into anything else, man, gotta give a shout out to my man, my mellow, Machismo.
To Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
All right, shout out to my man Machismo. Shout out to Saul T. They are supporters of the space, right? Not just me, but the space. These guys are the archivers of shit in the manosphere, in the black manosphere, right? You say some fly shit, they will clip your shit up and feature your shit on their channel. And then I think it's every weekend, they got a panel going on. It's late night, throw it on, listen to it in the background while you do your 1-2. Shout out to him, right? No doubt. So, all right. So this is Nature or Nurture. And the reason why I had to do this, all right, I'm going to shout out a couple people. This is supposed to be a conversation with Maggie. I don't see Maggie around anywhere just yet. I don't see Maggie around, right? So I'm going to text my man to alert her to our presence. But this is a conversation with Mariette with no editorial bias. Yeah. Shout out to them brothers. So me and Mags, and shout out to Dr. Thunder also. Dr. Thunder, I would have had him on or would have had him in the chat, but he had a gig, had to play his instrumental tonight, right? So shout out to him. And shout out to Dr. Thunder also. He does a show every day in the morning. All right. So based off a lot of conversations that I've had with Dr. Thunder, and then more recently with Maggie, right? What I realized is this theme of nature versus nurture that keeps coming up. Now, this was originally supposed to be a conversation between me and Dr. Thunder, right? I say debate, but it's only a debate because we have a difference of opinion. All right. These are two people that I rock with. This ain't one of those where, I flame anybody. It's not like that. Right. Only flame those who shoot first. But what I'm realizing is there are a lot of things about like human nature, right? And the way that humans behave that somehow, like people keep attributing either things that are social, meaning learned behavior, right? Because of culture or things like that, with what is hardwired into human beings biologically, right? So, and these are like, we talk about Maggie, we talk about Dr. Thunder, shout out to them. These are academics. What I realized, and this is no disrespect to nobody or to them, is that a lot of times people kind of like mix their beliefs and views into the facts, right? So we talk about biology, we talk about science and things of that nature. Your views or your belief system should not mix with that, because facts are facts. Now, also morality. Okay, when it comes to morality is also a point of view. Morality is a point of view. I'll give you an example, right? And the funny thing is, me and Gigi actually had this argument, right? If I need to feed my family, let's say I got kids in there starving, right? I then tried to get a job and all this type of shit. And I say, fuck it, I'm going to go rob a 7-Eleven, get this money. Because I need this money to eat. Like, it ain't even about nothing else. It ain't about nothing fly. It ain't about no gold chains. It ain't about nothing. It's about food, right? So I go on 7-Eleven and I pull a joint out in front of the cashier. Now, to me, I'm there to rob because I got kids to feed. Now, that man on the other end of the counter, he got a store to protect. He got business to protect. Who's right? If you think about it, to ourselves, we're both right. Because I'm doing what I got to do. And then the other guy is doing what he has to do. Right? So Webster says, then you get arrested and your kids starve because the person you're stealing from finds it immoral. And that's if I get caught. Stores get robbed every day, Webster. Every day. And Webster, this is a disagreement day, so welcome to the channel, brother. I will be dropping the link. One thing I want to tell certain cats. If you got a lot to say in the chat, I'm just saying. Let me get to my super chats. Let me get to my super chats. Yeah, I think I got you. Hey, bring it on, as we used to say. Shout out to Rev. Rev says, off topic, Marcus, are you related to AEW's Swerve Strickland? For the most part, you look like you could be cousins. As far as I know, not at all. Okay? Not at all. Not at all. So, I don't even know who that is, to be honest. I'm thinking this is this an athlete or AEW? What is AEW? Somebody put me on. Put me on AEW. But yeah, man. Nah. Who is my cousin? Let me tell you who is my cousin. Right? You guys are aware of ad popped up. Hold on, let me tell my man I'm live so you can stop calling my phone. Motherfucker, I sent you the damn link. Yeah, so who my cousin, who I'm actually related to is Capadonna from Wu-Tang. That's my cousin on my mother's side. That's real. Okay? And I don't look nothing like that motherfucker. Yes, Capadonna from Wu-Tang is my cousin on my mother's side. Yeah. I don't go announcing, shit like this, but since the topic came up, right? Anyway, so back to nature versus nurture. Yeah, straight up, Mr. O. Yeah. So anyway, a lot of these conversations come up, right? So what happened with me and her is we had a conversation. Now, before we get into that, I'm going to throw up some current event slides. But we ended up having a conversation about what's human biology versus what's social, right? But before we get into that, let me drop that. Let me add this. Let me bring this up. Okay, we're going to start. We're going to get into some current events. Shout out to Mr. Darryl Hill. I see you. Mr. Darryl Hill is my cousin. His mother, who he recently was mourning, they just had well, this was some years ago now. My aunt Linda Hill. Okay, that's my aunt. Real shit. That's my aunt. Park Hill, Staten Island. All day. 160 Park Hill Avenue. This is my family. Anyway, so at any rate, Remy Ma. Yo, can it get worse? Can it get worse? So you got dumped by the side dude. Your man got a new bitch, right? Your man got a new bitch and you got dumped by the side dude. Terrible. Yo, this shit is nasty work. Nasty work, man. Oh boy, nasty work. Dumped by the side dude. Maggie, how you doing? We just getting started. I will need you soon. So she's here. How you doing, Maggie? Hi. So, yeah, dumped by the side dude. Yo, this is terrible. I don't think that there's any coming back from this. I don't think that there's any coming back from this. You know what I'm saying? What's done is done, what's out is out. That shit is over. And you still got females defending her. Mag, you got time. You still got dudes defending this woman. Defending, how is he messing with Clarissa? He's still married to what? Yo, they had a whole Christmas picture. Her and this dude, you had a whole Christmas photo with you and your other dude all over the internet. Rap battling. Remy, you love me? Yeah, I love you. But this dude is supposed to be like, oh, I can't get a new chick. They mad at him for moving on. I keep telling y'all motherfuckers are slaves in the eyes of these women. Right? Fucking terrible. Anyway, let me move on, man. So, to no one's surprise, Marvel Studio has reportedly rumored to have canceled Blade. How many people in the chat are shocked? Like, shocked. We knew this shit wasn't coming. I'm surprised we got Black Panther. What's going on, CG? Yeah, man. I'm surprised we got Black Panther. You won't get no better. Marshall Ali was not having the bullshit. He wasn't having it. He wasn't about to get put through the Disney woke machine and come out the other side looking crazy. So, they bringing Wesley back? Well, we'll see. we'll see. But it was promising. I'm not mad if they bring Wesley back, but we'll see. Well, let's move right along. There's nothing much to see here. So I don't know if you guys seen this in the news. Couple sentenced to hundreds of years in prison for forcing adopted black children to work as slaves. Shout out to my man Hood Conservative. Here's proof of your racism right here. Here's the proof. Shout out to my man Hood Conservative. My man needs proof of racism. You have to show me proof of racism. Well, here it is. All right, so let me pull this up. It says Ryan Reynolds has some rumors about potentially making Blade happen with Snipes. If that's true, then we really gonna get what because Ryan Reynolds has power in Hollywood right now. The highest grossing R-rated film ever. He has power. He was about to pull a plug on Deadpool versus Wolverine. He's about to pull a plug on it because Kevin and the crew kept trying to get in the way. They kept trying to get in the way. We almost didn't get that movie because, of course, Disney is going to try to do their dumb shit, right? So he was like, look, it's my way or I walk. You get nothing. Now you can make this money or keep it moving. That's the best shit to come out of Marvel in years. In years. If Ryan Reynolds is behind it, let's go. Let's go. And to make a point now that I'll use again later, support the things that you want to see. Oh, moving too fast. Support the things that you want to see. And don't support the shit that you don't. Period. Right. So next slide. So you got your man Lionel Richie. Lionel Richie is 75 years old. His woman is 35. Oh my God, she only 35. Why is 75 with 35? God damn. Is 35 a baby now? Is 35 a baby now? Yo, we got old women fucking with young dudes and nobody says shit. Hey, you too old to be making you too young to be making these kind of jokes. What you know about that, little nigga? Yes, 35 is the new 16, nameless. God damn, can a nigga live? Damn. Yo. Any relationship, I keep telling y'all, any relationship where a nigga look like he might be enjoying himself is a problem. I told y'all, slaves are not meant to prosper. You're a fucking slave, nigga. You can't ride the nag. You gotta walk. Niggas don't walk here. Niggas run. Yo, you know how the age of maturity keeps shifting? 35. He's trying to groom her. At 35. For some women, that's wall status. 30 fucking 5. Oh my God, he's a predator. He's a predator. He's a PDF file if she's not going through menopause. Remember the old dude that was with Anna Nicole Smith? That motherfucker like, Anna like, with the big ass titties out the head. And the old dude like, in a wheelchair. Looking like Stephen fucking Hawking. Nobody says shit. Nobody says shit. This nigga 75 with a 35-year-old grown-ass woman. And it's cool, right? Shout out to JB Designs. He said, notice they roasted Carlton from the Fresh Prince on his family pics, even after they roasted this dude for decades. It's not about protecting with the woman. It's about preventing the livestock from leaving. Yes. Gun line, nigga. Gun line. Get your ass back. Gun line. Gun line, nigga. Pa-pa. Now, about Carlton, right? Carlton got his family pictures, this and that. You know what I'm saying? Looking happy than the motherfucker. None of these women would have wanted him. You don't see niggas complaining about Precious and her white guy, right? It's cool. It's cool. You know, might got Umar's or some shit like this complaining, but fuck Umar. It ain't about what he got to say. The majority of black men don't give a fuck about who Precious is married to, dating, or having a kid with. Niggas ain't want Precious. Ain't no nigga sitting nowhere in the world talking about, God damn, they got Precious. She was one of the good ones. Damn it. I wanted Precious. Fucking white men taking all the good black bitches. Fuck out of here. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a flying motherfucker, right? Nobody cares if Precious is with some white dude. White women, pardon me, not white women. Black women give a fuck where they garbage go. Black bitches will throw out a set of chairs and then come to their neighbor house and see the chairs in the house redone, painted up. I threw them chairs away. You wasn't supposed to take them out the garbage and do something with them. They give a fuck where their garbage go. No, bitch, you threw them away. Why you worry about the nigga you ain't want? You threw him away. He wanted you. You ain't want him. He corny. He lame. But, you know, you mad where he went. Y'all ever notice it's cool for men to be with men. It's cool for women to be women. It's cool for men to be women with men. It's cool for women to be men with women or men. Every interaction is cool. Race, gender, whatever, except, nigga, only a black woman. It's even cool for a dude, a black man, to be with another black man. That's right. That's right. Progressive, right? Why isn't why isn't black men with non-black women progressive? It's not progressive. It's you hate your mama and you hate yourself and all this other shit. Everything's progressive, and this is the women, black women, who champion, you know, all the letterbox shit. Everything is cool except your black ass can only be with a black woman. Right? That's it. That's where it ends. We're going to go to the next slide. Slide. Baby, slide. Let's go to the next slide, man. All right, so I don't know how many people saw this. So this was Twitter. So somebody came and said Jack Smith, right? Came at O'Shea Jackson Jr. Called him a Nepo boy. You know, nepotism, Nepo baby. That's what it says. Nepo baby. So his clap back, let me make it full screen. His clap back was, telling me I had an easy life is not an insult, bro. Yeah. Telling me, you know, got his pop standing in the background. Yeah. So, you know, oh, your father's in your life and he put you in the industry. So fuck you. See, again, here comes that, and y'all ain't gonna feel me for this. I don't give a fuck. See, Kendrick told you wasn't black unless you went through some struggle or some shit. Because black is struggle. To struggle is to be black. And, you know, That's why black people hand down, they give struggle to their children. Leave me $1 million, mama. No, I'm going to give you this struggle. That's what I went through. So now you got to go through the struggle. You a little nigga living in your mom's house. You get a little job. You make a little paper. Your mama start charging you rent. Rent, same number that it was the day before. And now they starting to charge you rent. Ma, why I gotta pay rent? I got my own money now. You ain't gotta worry about giving me no money or buying shit. Let me buy my shit that you would have otherwise. I just took the lift the burden off your shoulders. Now you ain't got to do for me. I could do for me. No, but on top of doing for you, you got to pay me rent. Cause nobody live for free. I'm here to teach you a lesson about rent. I know about rent. You just want to be. You want my hand. You want your hand in my pocket. That's what you want. I'm just trying to teach you about life. You know, these chicks, they tax everybody. They tax the kids. They tax the kids' daddy. They tax everybody. Everybody owed them some money. They tax everybody. You're going to tax your children. Black men's approach with their kids is very different. You don't want your kids to go through the shit you went through. I want to make my kids' life better. I want to give you some shit I didn't have. Women want to pass you the struggle. I went through some shit. Now it's your turn. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, yes. They especially do that with the boys. It's called teaching. Oh, I'm teaching you about life because in life, you can't. Get the fuck out of here. Just say you want me to help you with the fucking rent. You already collecting child support or Social Security. You collecting the check on to the kid anyway. So you taxing Uncle Sam just to have the kid. You want custody so you can get the check. Because your kids is a check anyway. But on top of that, you want to tax my ass as I live here. Anyway, yeah, man. We're going to move right along. Next slide. Struggle is not blackness. I want to leave y'all guys with that. Struggle ain't blackness. Okay? Yeah, but it builds character. No. Give your kids shit. Let them have shit, motherfucker. Like shit you didn't have. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant claimed that Offset jumped in her DM and tried to holler. So what Offset did is Offset decided to post the conversation. Now, as it clearly says here, says, can we have a convo professional? Let me drop the banner. She said, absolutely. Now, he hit her up for her professional, quote unquote, asterisk star services. And what she did was go immediately to social media to say that he tried to shoot the shot. Now, my question is, if you're a fucking doctor, aren't you violating some sort of confidentiality by posting this on the internet? You run straight to the internet. Shout out to Offset. He ain't always the guy I want to champion. But in this particular case, I'm glad he blew her spot up. This is one of the most fraudulent bitches on the internet. But I'll smash, though. Bitch look good. So if he shot his shot, I wouldn't even be mad at him. But at the end of the day, why? Why? That's unprofessional. It's so unprofessional. That shit crazy. Oh, Chef is in the building. Shout out to Chef. Yeah. If you're a doctor. Because if she was a doctor, she'd be in violation. She'd be in violation. That's why we don't believe you. Yeah, Red Pill, I'm smashing the doctor. Doctor could get it. Perform surgery on that bitch like this. Like this. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Nameless. He says, if his son was literally struggling, making $35K a year, Ice Cube would suddenly be a terrible dad. Furthermore, no comment about the fact that he was there. My man Henny King, I feel sorry for those brothers. My mother took $500 a month from me and put it in a savings account. When I got my first apartment, she used my account and paid all of it. Shout out to you, bro. I'll tell you a story. My little cousin, who was a girl, when I was back in Flatbush, she moved in with me because I had an extra room. Because my aunt hit me up, hey, no, she need a place to stay, blah, 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 blah. So I said, all right, whatever. And I let her move in, right? So, hold on. So I let her move in. But here's where I fucked up, right? I told her, I said, listen, I don't want any money from you. But this is what I need you to do. I need you to save up for your own spot, right? Save the money. Don't blow your bread, you know. But you're a young chick. It's my little cousin. Save up your money for your own spot, this and that and the third, da-da-da. I don't need your money. I don't give a fuck. My mistake, right? Because what she did was, she's a young chick. She's going out to party every fucking weekend and drinking and all that shit. Come back to the crib all fucked up and she wears glasses, but she didn't have glasses because she didn't save up her money to buy glasses so that she can, you know, see. Leon, where I fucked up is the older cousin. What I should have done is I should have charged, and I told my aunt this after the fact. I said I should have charged her and put her money aside. That's what you said reminds me of. I should have took her money from her and put her money aside. And after some months passed, when I thought she had enough, hey, look, this is what I got for you. I saved all your money. Put it aside. So now this is what we need to, you know, what you need to do with it. So, yeah, she's more of a TV personality than the doctor. She needs to be on Housewives or some shit. Bitch ain't a housewife, but, you know, put her with the housewives. She can hang with the housewives or some shit. Right? So he says, Dr. Brian is definitely smashable. Absolutely. I don't think too much of us will argue with that. I'm surprised Dr. Umar hasn't shot his shot. He running around with Suki Hanas and shit. But y'all niggas love him. That little girl lying on Dr. Umar. Fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here. He says she wants MBJ. Oh, I think she did say that. I think I did see that. Okay, so Kobe says, Dame Dash has said for years that we don't get to practice nepotism, and when we do, it got to be a struggle again. Yeah. Struggle, baby. And what we like to pass. You got women, you got mothers who won't let their father, the kid's father, get them certain shit. They'll fight you. You could be the biological dad and you want to give your kid shit and, you know, all of that shit. No. All right. I got you, Mag. Next slide. So, Black Excellence, Pop the Balloon to Find Love, a show created by Arlette Amuli and her husband, Bolia Matundu, is coming live to Netflix, hosted by Yvonne Orji. I don't know why they can't let the girl host her own show. But yes, motherfucker. Yes. I know a lot of y'all motherfuckers hate this shit. I love it. For all of you guys who got me on Facebook, let me just make y'all understand something. I love this show. I love it. I love it. Okay? I don't care that there's people from overseas. None of that shit, man. I don't give a fuck. I love this shit. Let me tell you why. Cause niggas like, oh my God, it makes us look so bad. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Let me explain something to y'all. And it's going to Netflix. I love it. We're going to get to Bernard Riley in a second. Shout out to Bernard. I need this shit to blow the fuck up. Okay? This show will do everything that niggas like Kevin Samuels and everybody in this space could not. Nigga, this the tool right here. This the tool. And when I say it's the tool, this is what I mean. I mean in this context. For all the shit that we say about the conduct or the mate selection of black women, here it is right here. Here it is right here, y'all. Shout out to see, we on the same page, see? So listen to me, you might get some wrinkles in your head, you know. But this motherfucker's so eloquent. Shit, you eloquent motherfucker, you. I'm eloquently petty. This nigga's just eloquent. Shit. He said, that show is an exercise in modern society, snitching on itself. Yeah, Ian, I seen the Dave Chappelle Pop the Balloon skit. We need shit like this so people can see what we've been saying. Don't get mad at this. This is the Jerry Springer for black women. If Maury Povich didn't show us one thing, this will show us another. Okay, so Shepard Tracy says it won't be just black people coming on the show now. That might be a fact, but that's fine. The way this shit got popular is this shit right here. I don't know, I ain't like his fit. I don't like his hat. I don't like his shoes, whatever. I want you guys to appreciate the Pop the Balloon platform. Appreciate it because it's doing a lot of shit. It's exposing a lot of shit without us having to do a lot of work at all. You give women a platform to do what they do, that what we say they do. Why would you want to get rid of that? Why? Why would you want to do that? This is the Jerry Springer for black chicks. What are you embarrassed for? You're embarrassed for black women? Really? You get the side eye from me saying that. If you're embarrassed for black women, it's making black women look crazy. It's what you want. Because nobody believes you. Oh my God, these bitches are choosing this type of nigga and they rejecting all the good guys, the good men. Right. Shoes wasn't given. The way you stand, it's giving slaps, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I love Pop the Balloon. I love it. That'll be one show I watch. I watch that shit. All right. Leon Henny King, thank you for the super chat. Pop the Balloon represents why the marriage rates are so low and how narcissistic, unrealistic, consumeristic, etc. stick form of dating, prostitute culture. It exposes all that shit, and a man ain't got to say it. You can see the women in their natural habitat, niggas. I want y'all to appreciate Pop the Balloon for what the fuck it is. For what it is. Now, if you're a community nigga, of course, oh my God, take my queens off TV. I don't want them looking crazy. Thank you for the super chat. But if you're a red pill nigga, If you truly a red pill, nigga, you want this shit on television. I want all to see, nigga. I want all to see. Okay? Right? He said, damn, spell check King. Didn't spell check before him. Said, it's all good, bro. It happens. As far as Bernard Riley has moved on to bigger and better things. And what I plan to do is politics as usual with, you know, your Sir Tices and your hood conservatives and the like. I'm going to continue the tradition of the political panel started by Mr. Bernard Riley. That was his thing. That's what he did. He did it very fucking well. So shout out to him. Bernard, if you in the clouds somewhere, shout out to you, bro. You did your motherfucking thing here. All right. Let's go to the next slide. So let's talk about this. Shout out to all my Facebook people. I posted this today and I had a debate with people. And shout out to Nick too. Nick, you used to be in there. So shout out to all my black conservatives that used to be on the Bernard Riley channel and in the chat and everything like that. Y'all were there for some of the debates that we used to have over there. Shout out to y'all. So, all right. So let me big this up, right? So Ciara posts semi-nude photo in preparation for Ecstasy, her new single. Okay. Get a good look. Get a good look. Take it in. Take it in. Okay. All right. So, matter of fact, let me bring it back. Let's do this. I want y'all to look. You said you can't comment on my FB? You're not blocked. Because I know I got you on there. I don't know why. We'll fix that. But shout out to Tan, right? Yeah. Nameless. Yeah. He got some shit going on. He can't be on here talking that shit. So shout out to him. So Ciara posts semi-nude photo. So, you know, niggas is triggered as usual. Now, y'all are not going to agree with me on my position on this. On Ciara in this picture here. Okay. So I had a bunch of dudes come at me on Facebook. I don't know if y'all saw the post earlier. So let me say this. First of all, she's a fucking singer. She's an entertainment. She's an entertainer. She's an entertainer. She's regular shit for entertainer women. Okay? Female entertainers is regular shit. Okay? So, right. Shout out to you, Tony. Yeah. Remember, she was a man. Yeah. No, she's definitely not a man now. This is what I want to say about this, right? I think a couple of things. I think that, first of all, I understand that what we're dealing with in our culture right now, is an overabundance of sexuality. But for the most part, it's coming from female rappers, not R&B singers. Okay? R&B singers been dressing provocative. Okay? Been dressing provocative. It's not new. It's not even excluding, you know, guys. Oh, but our black women, Madonna. Okay, Madonna. And for niggas that's looking at this generation of women, like, oh my God, it's so sexual. Little Kim, Foxy Brown, and a few others. We had women that were like this, right? When we were coming up. Remember? Heather Hunter, Janet Jackme, take it in the bud. Yeah, what? So let's not become our parents all of a sudden. Let's not become our parents. Right? Doja Cat. So ads are coming up. My point is this, right? The problem is that women who are not in entertainment want to hit the streets looking like this. Women who you might have to date, marry, or might want to date, marry, or choose, right? Thank you for the Vanity 6, because I mentioned her. Nasty girl, right? The thing is, entertainers been like this. Why do you care that an entertainer dresses sexy and then make that into, oh my God, this epidemic? No, the epidemic is with the women who are not entertainers wanting to wear what she's wearing in this photo. And I had a guy compare this to like Janet Jackson. Janet Jackson, at least she knows where the line is, she knows what lines to not cross. Janet Jackson? Janet Jackson, the woman that was on the album cover with her titties getting groped topless? That Janet Jackson? The same Janet Jackson that was at the Super Bowl and the titty got ripped out by Justin Timberlake and you saw a full nipple with a piercing on it? Janet Jackson? That Janet Jackson? This motherfucker gonna tell me, well, the Super Bowl incident was unintentional. Oh, he ripped the titty out by accident. You play that shit over and over. That shit is as much as an accident as the bitch getting hit in the head with the baton at the relay race. And my other man is like, oh, it don't matter if the young women do it, but Ciara's 40 years old and she shouldn't be doing that. If the Sexy Red and them do it, they young bitch was shit. How old was Janet Jackson at the Super Bowl? She was at least 40. At least. At least 40. Janet Jackson is the worst example to use for this argument of what Ciara need to do. What it really is people don't like the Ciara Russell dynamic. And I understand that. We've discussed it here before. But she's an entertainer. That nigga knew who she was when he married her. That's her fucking work uniform. She got to dress up for work. Well, after she get married, she should. Shit, Janet was married. Renee Elizondo for years. This is entertainment. Oh my God, Beyonce with the see-through outfit. It's entertainment. Now tell your wife not to dress that way. These bitches ain't your wife. Geronimo was good. Love Truth, what's going on? Says she was 38. Dark clothes enough, nigga. 38 close enough. Nameless says, Janet Jackson's breasts on TV is low-key how we got YouTube blowing up. Believe it or not, due to how often they got posted over a week. That nipple poked out so crazy the fucking piercing on it was swinging. She could have went like this and the shit would have went like this. Are you fucking kidding me? It don't matter. That is her career, bro. He said he's literally almost a billionaire because his wife. Oh, because his wife is naked. I thought you said, oh, he's a billionaire and his wife naked out here. Exactly. Here we go. Russell cool with it. And everybody mad for Russell. If Russell in the interview said, I wish Ciara would stop dressing like this. Okay. I could see your point. But you knew who she was when you married her. You knew who she was. But he's not complaining. Niggas is complaining on his behalf. Why? Why? Just keep your wife dressed. Now, when your wife start wearing shit like this and going outside and niggas, then check your wife. You know what I'm saying? But what do niggas want? Do niggas want all the bitches in burgers? Because let me tell you what'll happen. Remember the industry I come from. You know what niggas will do? As soon as bitches start covering up, you know what niggas will do? They go somewhere and find some naked bitches. I'm the nigga you can't cap to. I've seen women, how they act, but I've seen niggas. A lot of niggas talking about what they don't like. We don't like the BBL and the fake this and the surgery and this and that. Meanwhile, You go to the fake booty bitch Instagram. She got 1 million followers. Who that? Somebody lying. You go to the fake booty bitch Instagram, and aside from the 1 million followers, what else you see? Bitch in Cancun, bitch in Hawaii, right? Bitch in Dubai, right? All of these, in all these different places. Oh, this coming out her pocket. No, nigga. She getting flown out. Somebody lying. Now, y'all know me. I don't cut the black women no slack for the bullshit. But I'm calling cap, niggas. We made money off niggas tucking dollars in ass, nigga. We made money. You can't lie to me about what niggas like. Because I know what niggas pay attention to and what they don't pay attention to. I know what picture get more money than what picture of the other girl that don't get money. I'm in the club and I'm seeing the girl with no titties and no ass not get the same amount of money as the big booty bitch went back before BBLs was BBLs, back when it was silicone, nigga. So y'all can't lie to me. I seen it all, bro. Niggas getting silicone fucking lap dances. Fake titty lap dances. It's cool to get on the internet and say, well ain't nobody find that attractive. And ain't nobody gonna marry this bitch. And nobody want her as a wife and all these bitches. Yeah. Niggas love them hoes. So let's not cap. Let's keep it. Hey, you know what the channel name is, nigga. Let's keep it real. These bitches ain't getting Venmo'd and PayPal'd and Cash App'd by other women. Now, a lot of this is white men. A lot of it is white men. Pearl put that out there. But when we was throwing the parties, it was nothing but niggas. Nothing but niggas. So don't tell me what niggas ain't attracted to, because I seen it. So, yeah. Anyway, let's drop this. I want to show y'all a couple more things, right? Before we bring Maggie up. Maggie, hold it down for a second. I want to share a couple of things, right? So let me share my screen here. More cap. Here we go with more cap, right? Right. So you had your girl, let me see. Can I get this full screen? You had your girl, Amber Rose, go on Shannon Sharp, right? So Shannon Sharp asked her,
when you see Kanye and you see how she's dressing, is that she's dressing like that or Kanye dressing her like that?
Kanye's for sure dressing her like that. Yeah, he did the same thing to me and Kim.
What is it about that he wants the world to know, look at my woman?
He wants other men to want his woman. That's what he's into. He likes that. When you walk in a room, that his girlfriend or wife is the most desirable in the room.
She the baddest bee in the room.
That's what he likes, yeah. When he wasn't home, I would wear all his stuff because I used to hate to dress like a whore, basically. And I remember crying and arguing with him and being like, I don't want to wear this. I don't want to wear it. You don't understand, it's fashion. I'm a genius. You know how he is.
When you see Kanye and
Capola. So wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Slow down. Wait a minute. Hold up. Rewind. Slow down. Wait a minute. You telling me Amber Rose, right? Queen of the fucking slut walk, right? Queen of the slut walk. is now saying that she didn't want to dress like a whore. She was made to be dressed like a whore by her man. Her man said that you gotta dress like a whore, like, because I'm a genius and this is fashion, which he's pretty much proven. But let's move on. She's the slut walk. She's stop slut shaming. This is Amber Rose. This is Amber Rose. Geronimo, I said cap. You know what cap means, right? I'm saying, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit here. Y'all ever notice now it's a flex to be a fucking victim? He made me dress like that. You was the slut shaming bitch. You let the slut walk. Now he made you be a slut. We can wear what we want. You ain't gonna shame us. What? You were forced and coerced? No, Kanye, I'm not wearing that. I'm leaving. My body, my choice. Right? But now, he made me wear the terrible shit. He made Kim wear the terrible shit. Yeah, Kim Kardashian, the one fucking on the sex tape. He made y'all whores. All of you. Now, this woman that he's with now, I don't know who this is. You know what I'm saying? Just like, Diddy made me fuck all those dudes in front of him. Woo-hoo-hoo. All these bitches is surviving niggas. Surviving Kanye. Surviving Diddy. Surviving. Boo-hoo-hoo, wait till you hear my story. Put spotlight on me, spotlight, man, spotlight. I'm the victim. He did it. He made me do it. I didn't want to do it, but he made me do it. This fucking theme of, look at me. It happened to me. I'm a victim. Now, mind you, are there some victims? Yeah. But I ain't gonna do that. There's victims. These bitches ain't victims. You were where you wanted to be with the rich motherfucker that said, wear this. Okay, rich motherfucker, I'll wear this. I really didn't want to wear that. Bitch, you was a stripper. Amber Rose was a stripper. He pulled the bitch out the strip club. What do you think we forgot? You was a stripper in New York, bitch. You're a stripper. You was naked in the club, dancing in front of people. Oh my God, Kanye's making me wear horse shit. You think we forgot that? Bitch, you was a Smooth magazine. Yo, you got pulled out the club. I'm from the New York fucking adult entertainment circle. You think niggas don't know that? You don't even fuck with niggas. You're gay. You fuck with women. You had a girlfriend. What the fuck is going on here, bro? You think we forgot? Don't forget shit. The fuck out of here with this victim shit, bro. Yo, all of these hoes can't be victims, bro. You was in a club. And you fucked with women. Now you with all these men. Fuck out of here, man. What else I got here, man? I got one more thing that I want to show y'all before we get into. I'm gonna bring okay. I almost forgot. So some time ago, and I'm gonna say a name because I don't give a fuck, right? Some time ago, shout out to Tice, right? Shout out to Tice. Some time ago, your man Sub-Zero, not Sub-Zero from New York, the DVD guy, Fat Puss magazine guy, that's my man. Sub-Zero, some of you fucking watch Sub-Zero, the guy that's a YouTuber, okay? He was doing a stream where he was talking about Diddy, right? So I got on the stream and I was listening to the stream because Tice was in there. So I was like, all right, Tice, fuck with him. I'll check it out. And he was talking about Diddy, and you know, the subject of the RICO came up or whatever. So I'm looking for this link, right? So I'm sure a lot of y'all know. Let me scroll. Where the fuck is this shit? This shit ain't that far back. All right, here it is, right? So let me share this screen. Okay. This will be the last thing I want to address before bringing Maggie up, because I got to go fuck off, man. Real quick. And this would be real quick. So, and this ain't in defense of Puff. Like I said before a million motherfucking times, Puff is not a sympathetic figure. It's really not. But what I will say is, looking at this case, I have yet to see anything incriminating, right? Other than a DV or assault and battery. That's what I've seen so far. Last time I checked, that shit ain't federal. But at any rate, wait, let me increase this text. See, racketeering claims against Sean Combs dismissed in producer's sex assault lawsuit. When I got on your man Sub-Zero's fucking stream, right? He's talking about RICO. Ooh, we got a RICO charge. I'm just asking questions. I said, what's the RICO? Because I know what the fuck RICO is. You know, where's the RICO? I don't see a RICO here. You know, you defending Puff and this and that. I said, no, he's not free. He got other charges. He beat the RICO charge, which I knew he would, because you dumbass internet fucking lawyers don't know what the fuck RICO is. It's racketeering. There's no fucking racket here. There's no racket here. What's the racket? What was the racket? What was the RICO? You could throw RICO. Oh, I'm accusing him of RICO. RICO suave, nigga. But what was it based on? What is the racket? He's getting money doing what? You got to understand. A racket, right? Criminal enterprise, making money. It's a conspiracy. Right? It's a bunch of us. Hey, we getting this bread. We doing this. We doing this. It's one fucking man. Where's the rest of the fucking conspiracy? Number one. And then number two, what is the fucking racket? What is the racket? When you ask niggas questions they can't answer, they get mad and triggered and all type of stupid shit. Right? So, U.S. District Court Judge J. Paul Oetken said the sex trafficking claims against the music mogul and his former chief of staff can proceed. So they're trying to get him for sex trafficking, which he gonna beat that too. Because coming from the adult industry, I know what sex trafficking is. Now, let me ask you a question. And so I always ask niggas, a guy who sells drugs gets charged with drug trafficking, right? Because trafficking, you're selling drugs. You're a drug trafficker, right? Drug trafficking, you do that, you're a drug trafficker. A woman who sells pussy, what is she? Somebody tell me. What is a woman who sells pussy, sells sex? What is she? Now, according to the culture, she's a sex worker and we should support sex workers. No, the bitch is a sex trafficker. You sell sex. Yeah, prostitute is another word for it, but the bitch is a sex trafficker. A woman that sells sex is a sex trafficker. If a man that sells drugs or a woman that sells drugs is a drug trafficker, it means you're trafficking drugs. Then, bitch, you trafficking sex. What's the difference? We always use different words when we want to lighten the load. Like a man with a young underage person, that shit is you know, the R word. But women who do it are having sex with, right? The words are important. I'm just saying. She's a sex trafficker. It's not bullshit. You sell sex, you're a sex trafficker. Not because the man was there. It always becomes different when you put a man in it. Now, let me tell you something. Niggas ain't have problems with, and this is why I say, with the sex industry, hoes were never a problem. It's the pimps they wanted to get rid of. They wanted to get rid of the pimps because these bitches are victims again. I'm a victim. I, for one, can tell you, these women, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them seek out pimps to do what they do. They seek out, oh, pimp me, please. You know the name of the game. Your bitch chose me. They choose niggas. Pimp me, please. I want to sell pussy, but it's dangerous out here. Protect me. All right, bitch. I'll protect you. Get your ass out there. They look for pimps. They seek them out. Okay? We can have another conversation about that. I don't want to hold up Maggie for too long because I want to come up here. But yeah. For the idiots who argue with me about the Diddy shit, and if you fuck with Sub-Zero, I don't give a fuck. Send this shit to him. I don't care. There was no racket. That charge was baseless. And it's not a defense for Puff. I'm just saying the charge was baseless. In my opinion, to be honest, them holding him this long, unexplained, actually, I think what they're doing to him is illegal. But again, a lot of people aren't mad because of the type of business he did and the type of person and personality that Puff is. He's not a great personality necessarily. But what they're doing is actually like a violation of his fucking rights. That's just my opinion. Now, if you don't like Puff, then you say fuck his rights. That's cool. I ain't mad at that, but at least you're being honest. All right, so God made pimp so a hoe can have a man, sugar free. All right, so we're gonna get into this discussion. I'm going to put the link up, or better yet, I'll send it to Maggie. Check your DM on Facebook. I'm gonna send you this link. So we had this conversation. This is the part. This is the good part right here. Watch this, y'all. This is the good part. So let me send her the. So we're gonna have a discussion. I'd rather call it a discussion than a debate. I mean, even though we might not agree on some things, right? But it's more of a discussion than a debate, right? So I want to jump in here. I just sent you the link to your. Unless you want me to post it here, I just sent it to your DM. But then homie asked me to, hit the link and come up, and I'm talking about Sub-Zero. What the fuck I look like? The reason why I don't debate a lot on other niggas' channels is because they do like cornball shit. Mute your mic, drop you down, and that's how they win their argument. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that shit. If y'all notice, when people come here debate with me, I don't play these games. I let everybody say what they got to say. I don't need to do shit like that to win. He said Sub-Zero's a cool square. He's a cornball, in my opinion. It's a cornball. Nigga got mad right away. Just ask questions. I got screenshots. He said, "Oh, he one of them red pill niggas." That's what was said. I got the screenshots. He one of them red pill niggas. Oh, you one of them niggas. You one of them red pill niggas. So be careful who you say is cool, right? So Maggie is here. Let me add her. Is she? Let me see. Is you there? Here we go. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. When I say I'm fine, it's because I've been on the road for 8 hours. So you're probably already going to win our little mock disagreement.
So welcome to the channel. You're supposed to come here. I forget, there was some things that we were supposed to talk about outside of this, but we could put those things.
I think you were going to interview me because nobody knew who I was.
Right, but now everybody knows who you are. And they know where you come from, and they know where you don't come from. So for all the people who I had to tell this like 8 times, now she's here, and she didn't deny it. Okay. So we were having a discussion about monogamy. And I want to say this correctly. I want to say the exact statement that I said so the meaning doesn't get misconstrued, right? I said the statement that I made on Facebook was that human monogamy is a social construct. Now, for those who got me on Facebook, you know, a lot of you guys might have seen this post, right? Okay, here it is. It says human monogamy is a social construct. Don't argue with me, argue with DNA. And what that essentially meant was, as far as DNA is, that was kind of like a call to, you know, paternity. The paternity fraud rates, right? So like when we look at multiple partner fertility and things of that nature, right? That's what that meant. Like when I said, don't argue with me, argue with DNA. So, you know, because we know that a lot of these men are raising kids that ain't theirs, or we got a lot of women who have children from multiple partners, right? And then, of course, you know, I mean, we don't know. Like I told you on the replies, we don't know what we don't know. So, like, what we know is either reported, self-reported, but there's a lot of things that don't get reported. There's a lot of things that don't make it to the statistic. And you always gotta somehow allow for that. So let's start there. Human monogamy is a social construct, right? So I think you disagree with that statement, and I'm going to let you talk to the people.
Well, part of our disagreement just got fixed by you clarifying argue with the DNA, because I read that as it is in the DNA that nobody wants to have monogamy. Like it's in your DNA, not that it's about a paternity test. So now that I understand that, you know, I think that takes care of part of it. I think where I was coming from in thinking that you said argue with the DNA was that it felt like to me, and again, obviously it was me misunderstanding what you meant, but it felt like you were doing the same type of shaming that people who are monogamous do. Sort of like monogamy is correct, and if you don't want monogamy or you're not doing monogamy, then you're just wrong. So it was sort of like that. If you want multiple concurrent partners, you're right. And if you want to be monogamous, you're wrong. So it felt a little judgy. So that was one side of it. And then I think where we get the most disagreement, though, is about cheating.
Okay, so let me address the first part, right?
Okay.
The part about, you know, me, like it coming across as me judgy. In the exchange that we had, I said remove morality from it. You remember that part, right? Yeah. So it wasn't about morality. I think that a lot of what, in my opinion, a lot of what you were saying was kind of like an appeal to morality when you were saying, you know, what should or shouldn't, right?
Yeah. And
Right.
what I was pressing more on was authenticity, like the health of the person performing it, not necessarily what they're doing to the other person. What they're doing to the other person would be based in morality, but having to be deceitful and lie and misrepresent yourself to be able to cheat is not healthy for you as a person to have to live that lifestyle. So that was why I brought up, like, there already exists open relationships, swinging, polyamory, you know, those kind of things that you can do. You can be in a multiple concurrent partner relationship on the up and up.
Well, don't you think that's separate from the argument that I'm making? No, like if you say, okay, two people are together and they agree to do this or not do this based on what's good or bad for the relationship. And a lot of what's good or bad for a relationship comes from whatever culture you're in. So like what that's informed by the culture, right? So like here in the West, we push monogamy. So right. we look at anything outside of monogamy as not so good. right? Where
Especially
you,
if those people are religious, then it's going to be, I'm not even going to
right.
think about what I want to do. This is what we are supposed to do.
So let's first define monogamy, right? Put some context to it. Because what I realize is when people talk about monogamy, often they might mean marriage or committed relationship. What I'm talking about is sexual exclusivity, because that's
Okay.
what. So when you talk about the suffix gami, right? Often people think that's marriage, right? And it can be marriage, but it's not. Like if you look up the etymology of the word, it has a lot to do with like reproduction. So like even when we use the term hypergamy, right? We are not necessarily talking about marriage. We can be, but not necessarily. Hypergamy could be dating up, marrying up, having sex with someone who you think is above you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I always took the gammy part as just like some sort of relationship.
Right. But again, when we say monogamous, people, the first place people go is marriage. Yeah, you could be married to one person at a time. Well, in America, it's the law. You can't be married to more than one person at a time.
Yeah, not
But
legally.
not legally, right? But but when it comes to sexual monogamy, the original term, right? The original term, and especially when you talk about the animal kingdom, meant one mate for life, and it got modified to one mate at a time. Do you agree? You agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So by those standards, nobody's monogamous unless they've only had sex with one person ever. By that standard. But let's not even use that standard. Let's use the standard of one mate at a time. We have enough to suggest, right? Enough to suggest that most people, I don't want to say all because then I'll be making an absolute argument. I don't like to make those. We have enough to suggest statistically and just empirically that people, by and large, have at least been in an arrangement with one person and have had a sexual encounter with another. So that would kind of discount, like, not to say that you have to have two ongoing relationships at the same time, but I would say that most people, while in a relationship or even if it's not a committed relationship, because committed relationship is a social thing, right? That's something that you decide to do. We're talking about biology. We're talking about just from the sexual context. If you are having sex with one person and you have sex, I don't care if it's once, you have sex with that kills the monogamy argument. So that's where I'm coming. When I say that, I mean sexual exclusivity to one person, monogamy, sexual monogamy.
I have a question.
You understand?
Yes. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you say we have enough to show that most people will have a sexual encounter outside of their relationship.
Whatever that relationship may be.
Right. Whether it's boyfriend, girlfriend, husband and wife or whatever.
Provided that they have the opportunity, provided that they can.
Right. So I was just going to ask you about stats because that was something we were talking about because
right.
Like even if 90% of divorces, which that's not what the stats say, but I was just trying to go with the most number.
Right.
That's still only 1/3 of marriages ending due to cheating. It's more like 60% of divorces are from cheating. So that's going to be like, it's going to be like 26-ish% of divorces are due to cheating. And yes, we all know when it comes to any kind of self-reporting stats that it can err on one side or the other. You know, there's always going to be the plus or minus because it's self-report. But at the point of divorce, you know, who cares, right? At that point, you think you'd almost be more honest because you're divorcing anyway. But I just wonder if because I have not looked. I have not had an opportunity to look since we talked on Facebook. I didn't know if you had stats on the percentage of relationships where there is cheating, or even like in an age group, how many people, what percentage of those people report that they've cheated. I don't know if those stats exist, but I don't know if you found any.
So let's go with based on what we know.
Okay.
If we're gonna say that a certain percentage of divorces are due to infidelity,
Yeah.
that's what we know, right? That's because the people have said, "Hey, I want to end this marriage because this person cheated on me," whether it's the man or the woman. And this is not necessarily a debate about who cheats more, but I'm gonna just throw this in there. Men are under the impression that women are monogamous and men are not. And again, don't argue with me, argue with DNA. Based on the context that I used earlier, we understand that women have the same sort of, under this social lie that we've been told, they kind of exhibit these behaviors also, but they in some cases may be inhibited by culture, right? But what I'm saying is, when you look at stats, right, if we were to limit infidelity to, what we know happens in divorce, and what we know from self-reporting,
Mm-hmm.
again, we don't know what we don't know. So there's a lot of fidelity that takes place where people don't get divorced. There's a lot of, and there's a lot of, even in marriages that are open marriages, that's not monogamous either. So even if it's not cheating, even if there's an understanding that, oh, we go swing or swap or whatever, that counts as not monogamous. So it's not even about the deception of it, even if it's understood.
It is about the deception, because I will say this: in open relationships and swinging or swapping, or whatever sort of ethical non-monogamy a person is doing, when you add cheating and deception into it, it's still cheating.
No, but we're not debating cheating, we're debating monogamy.
Yes.
So if we're talking about monogamy, I don't care if it's agreed upon or not. It fails to be monogamy. So if you're talking about cheating, right? So we're not talking about understandings, and that's all, again, social. We're talking about monogamy. So monogamy means one partner, no other partners.
Right.
Understood or not understood, behind the back or in your face. Monogamy. You break, like it's a perfect standard that you break as soon as you have sex with another person.
Oh, for sure. And
right.
I don't have a thought on any of those.
But that's what what I'm saying is, monogamy being a social construct as an argument comes from the fact that we practice monogamy largely because we're told to. Because we live in a civilized society. Now, I want you and everybody in the chat to understand this, right? Hold on, let me not get past this super chat. Leon says serial monogamy increased the dating market. I don't know. I don't know if I know what that means. Break it down to me, Leon, right? And thank you for the super chat. So this is what I'm gonna say, right? What I want to say is, I'm not making an argument for letting everyone operate on base human nature. There are a lot of rules in society that are there for a reason. Mm-hmm. And it's like I told you on Facebook. I said, if we let people run on a base human nature, we'll be killing each other for sandwiches or something, right? So of course we need these rules and certain rules to keep things in check. But the reason why monogamy, one of the biggest reasons why monogamy is impractical, is because we have a gender asymmetry in humanity. There are more women than men. Mm-hmm. So if you assign one man to one woman across the globe, you have a bunch of lonely women. Imagine in a lion pride, the lion was coupled off with one lioness. What do the other lionesses do? Now, we're not lions, but we are mammals.
Are we already at a 2-to-1? I thought it was like a 1 point something.
What I don't, to be honest, I don't have it in front of me. This is something that all I know that there's more women than men.
For sure, yeah.
Right. So, just that asymmetry is enough to say it's not even practical from a practical standpoint. And it's a Western thing. I would say that the globe is largely not monogamous more than it is monogamous. Right? If we're gonna say monogamy is not a human, pardon me, if it's not a social construct and is biological, like we want to believe that humans are biologically monogamous, then that would have to be a constant across humanity. It can't be, well, in this culture we practice it, and in other cultures they don't. But even in this culture, we practice monogamy on the surface, but we see evidence that it's really not, because biology and nature always wins in the end.
So, I mean, there's a couple of things I want to say. The first is that I don't think any of us are, and there's not a lot of research on it. There's research being done, but there's not a lot of research. I don't think any of us are inherently, I'm a human, so I'm this or that. Like I want multiple partners or I want one partner. I think a lot of the times you have to look at what is healthy for you. And that's why I brought in, when I was talking to you about monoamory and polyamory, because when you're in relationship, your heart's always involved, right? And so like for polygamists, let's say, they need the ability to be able to love multiple wives at the same time. And some people just can't, they're just very into, I can only love one person at a time. And maybe those people are monogamous, and monogamous people should find monogamous people to be with, and people who want multiple partners should find like-minded people to be with. And I think that would just make everybody happier. But to your point about it being a social construct, it's part of that social contracting, like you were talking about. Like you can't just let everybody freewheel it, we are primates, but we did develop that higher thinking gene in a neocortex, right? So we can think, and we can rationalize and make different decisions that are outside of our base urges. But I think, that monogamy as a construct, I'm going to sound a little bit like a conspiracy theorist, but that happens a lot with me anyway. I think a lot of monogamy and marriage tracking had to do with population control. And so selling monogamy through religious doctrine, and then making marriage to where you have to get paperwork done with the government and then register your kids is a part of population control, right? Because we know who you are, and we know who that is, and we know where your kids are, and we can track all of this, and the government's got to have their fingers in everything that you do. And so yes, it's a construct in that way, in that it's sold as this is the only way, and if you don't do it this way, you're a sinner and a terrible person, and you're gonna burn in hell.
Right. But okay, so then based on what you're saying, you're kind of supporting what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, the only part we disagreed on was the part that I misunderstood about the DNA, and when it got down to cheating. That's why I threw those things out there about open relationships and whatnot. I'm not a proponent of any of those. It's whatever's healthy for the person who's making the decision.
But all of those are social arrangements. Listen to what I'm saying. Agreeing to be monogamous or agree, like you said, develop brains and such, right? Because we learn things. a huge part of us saying that monogamy is the best relationship model happens because we in the West, right? If you got people who live other places where they practice a different relationship model, and who are we to say? Listen to what I'm saying, because you said in the beginning of the discussion, you said you thought I was being judgy. It almost sounds like we're saying that those people are in an unhealthy arrangement because here we learn to do it like this.
Oh,
and they're
no,
okay.
that's not what I meant. So yeah, I'm glad that you said that's how it's coming across. No, what I'm saying is that what's healthy for you and works for you. So say you are a polygamous person, okay, or that's the kind of family that you want. You wouldn't go and sell yourself to women. And I don't mean sell like for money, but you know what I mean? Like hit up women who are all monogamous and don't want that situation, right? Because then it becomes deceitful. It's when it becomes deceitful that it's unhealthy. If you're a monogamous person, try to find a monogamous person. If you're polygamous, find people who want to do that. In those cultures where polygamy or polygyny or these different marriage or family situations look, and that's what they want to do, as long as everybody agrees and everything's on the up and up, it's healthy. You know what I mean? Like, as long as we're not bringing animals and kids into it, these are adults who can make those decisions. So whatever you feel like, whatever way you want to operate, that's what you present to the people, and you find people or a person who's on board with that.
So just understand that we've kind of abandoned the root of this argument. When I say that, this is what I mean. Now we're talking about, informing people what kind of relationship you want. Now, I agree with everything you said as far as, listen, we're people living in a society where it's nice to tell people what you're looking for and not deceive people, so that they can make a decision based on that and say, okay, I'm agreeing to this and I want to be involved in this because that's what you're selling me. Right. So I can't disagree with that, but that's not a biological argument, because what tends to happen in biology is reproduction and human nature and biology doesn't care about agreements. It doesn't care about social norms. It doesn't care about any of that. On a base level, humans are here to reproduce. On a cellular level, your function, these urges that you guys get is to reproduce. The things that we find attractive in women, these things are sending us cues that this woman is good for reproduction. And the same thing is being delivered to women about us. And this is the thing that when I talk about provider men being dead and stuff like that, and men should sell desire as opposed to provision and those things. Now, in a social environment, provision and all of that makes sense. But provision in the biological context is genetic material. This is why you have women, their first child's father is usually the guy that they were attracted to on a genetic fitness level. Like, women are sexually attracted to men that display superior genetic fitness. And what I tell guys, if you want to attract women on a base desire, do you want to trigger her reproductive, senses, then you got to display superior genetic fitness. What dudes do instead is they display social, reasons why women should choose them. I make this amount of money, I have this position, and I have this. Yeah, that works for long-term mating. But for short-term, if you're trying to induce sexual attraction, you have to trigger those things, the base, human desire, right? So what I'm saying is, when it comes to that, right? That none of that, biological imperatives and things of that nature. It doesn't care about, well, you should tell people this and you shouldn't do this behind somebody's back. And that's why a lot of this stuff happens. Like you said, you get urges. These are biological urges that we get.
You have self-control.
No, you have self-control to an extent, right? If you look, if it goes back to what you and what you call it was discussing, right?
Nameless.
You and Nameless was talking about Laszlo and the hierarchy of needs, right? If you got a guy, let's say you got a guy who maybe he's married, maybe his wife ain't doing nothing with him.
Okay, well then she already broke the agreement.
She broke the social agreement. But his biology is telling him, fuck the social agreement.
Well, she broke their agreement, If he makes the offer to her, hey, I want monogamy, and she says, yep, love monogamy, and then she withholds sex.
Right.
That's non-gamy.
Right. But if monogamy is not a social construct, then you don't have an urge. You don't have an urge, right? Oh, I got a thumbs down. Somebody hit me with a thumbs down.
Just the desire, not the action necessarily. The desire.
Right. So
that monogamy is just something that we're taught. Even if a person may, okay. So I can get with that. Like as human beings, we see somebody walk by or smell their cologne or their perfume or whatever, and we're like, woof, that's pretty nice. And we may not act on it out of our own feelings, out of feelings for the relationship that we have, or out of this feeling of societal contract.
Right. But your biology is telling you something else, right? So, right. So am I still on? Am I losing my signal here? Can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, because this other screen went down. Sometimes the connection gets crazy. So my point is, again, when I speak of monogamy, I'm talking about sexual monogamy.
Yeah.
Everything else we talking about agreements and understandings and that's all social.
No, I agree with that.
Marriage is not biological
with people and social contracting.
Right. So, and that's where things get misconstrued. What happens is people take all this social stuff and they take the morality in it and right and wrong, because whereas you might say, well, it's wrong to cheat, right? The body's biological imperative does not care about that. The urge to reproduce, whether it be in men or women, does not care about your social agreements.
Mm-hmm. The urge will be there. The decision is about self-control.
Right. It's about what you learned, because for some it's okay and for some it's not, and it depends on what culture you live in. But again, those things are social, and in a social environment, society is I understand what you're saying. Like, you shouldn't do it, right? But shouldn't do and should do is a social. You learn this.
It's also
this
not
is
good
taught.
for you. That was my point. It's not good for the person who's having to deceive. It's not good for you to be deceptive.
When you say that, what do you mean? Like when you say it's not good for you, who's you and what's not good? Just a clarification.
For the person who is doing the cheating or is breaking the contract, that they have with their person, whatever we agreed upon, or whatever society we live in, whatever, we all know the urges are going to be there. And if I break whatever our agreement is, so, if I'm, how would I say this? We'll just say for the cheater, I'm not even talking about like whether it's right, wrong, what it does to their person. If you were to cheat on somebody, I'm not talking about whether it's right or wrong or what it does to that person. It's not good for you. mentally to, as a part of mental health. It's not good
What if
to be
but
deceptive
that's
and to have
kind
to
of
lie.
but that's kind of it's kind of subjective because maybe monogamy is bad for me.
Then don't get in a monogamous relationship.
No, but sometimes in society, it might benefit one to get in a monogamous relationship or to agree to it, but then practice or give into your biology. So some people don't want to make the trade. Some people want their cake and eat it too. And you understand what I'm saying? Again,
Still
we
not
can
good for them.
we can disagree on whether it's good or not, but even good and bad is a point of view.
I'm talking about from a mental health perspective.
Again, it depends on who we're talking about. If you're dealing with somebody who has dark triad traits, maybe not. It's all subjective, right? It's all subjective, right?
Well, you
if
have
I'm
to have this cognitive dissonance, right? Which is kind of what we're saying. Like, if I'm gonna cheat, then I have to have a reason that I'm cheating. Okay. So like I cheated on the test, but it's because the teacher is mean, or I was up late last night, or whatever. I need this to graduate from high school. It's the same. So if I'm cheating, it's because she's not putting out, or I'm a man and I have urges, or you have to, and that's not good for your mental health. You're also going to have increased anxiety, right? And some paranoia
very
because you're going to
judgy.
get busted.
No, that's very judgy.
That is not judgy. That is mental health.
You can't assume. No. You can't assume. You can't assume that it won't be, or it'll be bad for someone's mental health for them to kind of practice what they want to do. I think listen to what I'm saying now. I think it might be bad for one's mental health if they're bothered by it. If you feel guilty,
if they're not
right?
bothered by lying to a person that they care about, then there's already issues there.
There might be issues, but what your argument is bad for their mental health. Right. So what I'm saying, no, listen to what I'm saying.
It's bad for your mental health. That is psychology 101.
No, it's not. No, it's not. If you listen, again, listen.
I've been in this field forever.
But that's an assumption. So hold on. So you're saying 100%, if a man is totally okay, just because you agree with it, something wrong with him and his mental health, because he has no issue in his own mind being with this woman, lying to her, and then doing what he does over there. Something is bad for his mental health. It might be bad for her mental health that she finds out. But
I'm not even talking about that part. But what I'm saying
is
by lying, it's not good for your mental health. It's not good for you. It's not good for your health to lie and deceive.
Define that for me, because some people have no problem with it. You understand that, again, when we talk about dark triad traits, like, and PK says it means you're sociopathic, right? So about somebody
that already has issues with their mental health, then it may not exacerbate it by lying and cheating.
I'm saying is
the everyday person, it is going to cause some issues with your own health. I mean, can you not agree that it would be much healthier if you were with a woman and, you could just be like, oh, hey, I'm going to go hang out with Susie, or I'm going to go hang out with this other chick. And she's like, cool, we'll have dinner when you get home.
I think it's subjective. It's subjective. I think it depends on who you're talking about. I think that if a man would rather not do that, then yes. I think that if a man has no problem with that, right, because he doesn't subscribe to any of this stuff that you're talking about, it's actually worse for his mental health to do what you're suggesting, right? I think that it's subjective. I think that you have men and women who, right, in their brain function, their personality traits don't lend to any like guilt or anything like that when it comes to doing right. So what we're projecting is we're projecting the way they make other people feel by their actions onto their mental health. When they might be totally fine with it. You have people who, again, it might be just who they are. Like they have no problem lying. They have no problem disregarding feelings. Again, PK said they might be sociopathic, and that may be true.
I mean, but are we selling this to people who are sociopaths or psychopaths?
No.
To the
See,
everyday person.
Again, you're attaching morality to it. What I'm saying is,
I repeated what you just said.
Wait, say again now.
I thought I repeated what you just said because you're talking about people who don't have a problem with it, and I said antisocial. You said yes. So are we?
No. I didn't hear you say that. I missed that part.
Okay.
I missed that part. It might be, but what I'm saying is, you're saying that it's not good for someone,
for their
right? Or their mental health, but that's in the opinion of the other person. Like what you're doing is bad for you, but I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good telling her I'm going over here, but I'm going over here. Yeah. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. It might bother her, and it might bother anyone that I tell this is what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
And you have people like this. I think it's kind of
that's what I'm saying. Being on the up and up, like you just said, I'm fine with telling her I'm going over here, and how she responds is how she responds. That's being on the up and up. So my thing is, if you tell her I'm going over to Fred's house to work on a car, and you're really going to see Sally, that it will affect you. And I'll add in the unless, because that's what we keep talking about. Unless you already have some antisocial tendencies,
it would affect you if you felt guilty. So Termacat says if they have felt no guilt, they probably wouldn't lie. I disagree with that too, because let me tell you why. In order to get what you want, you lie. There's people out there that like to kill people, and they don't care. And as far as they're concerned, it's normal to the society. See, these things have to be stopped for functioning society, right? I understand that there are parts of human nature that are at odds with society, and a functioning society and a advanced society. But what we're doing is we're saying, well, this is bad for you. No, it's bad for society. It's bad for society for people to do this, or for people to be murderers and things like that. If they internally don't have an issue with it, which a lot of them don't, right? Like you said, antisocial, right? He's saying if they have felt no guilt, they probably wouldn't lie. Guilt doesn't necessarily come from lying. Lying comes from, I want to have my cake and eat it too. Let me read one of these super chats, right?
Before you do that, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
To that, because I agree with you. I think if somebody feels no guilt, then all of their social interactions are a game, and they would probably lie like a rug.
You say that again now? I missed that last part.
Probably lie a lot if they felt no guilt, because any interactions they have with other people are kind of like a game. When you don't have a conscience, so you feel no guilt, it's a game at that point. So yeah, somebody who feels no guilt at all, would probably lie.
It's like the women who say, if you're what do they call it? Like if you're fat shaming or something like that. So, a lot of women, they're not the choice. So then they blame, they come up with some sort of like clinical mental disorder for the man who's not attracted to them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you don't like them, then you're a somethingist, or you're something phobic or whatever. Like you have a phobia because you don't find them attractive. To me, that's projecting. You're saying something is wrong with this person because they're not operating how you think they should morally.
Yeah.
When morality itself is an opinion, right? Morality, what's right and wrong, is an opinion.
Subjective.
Yeah, morality is subjective. You go somewhere, morality is different, right?
It's like drapetomania, that's like the ultimate gaslighting.
So if you, right. So if you, Indigo said it too. So if you, in your mind, you think it's totally moral for you to tell your woman this and then go do that, or even tell your man this, because again, it's not exclusive to men, then it's actually better for your mental health to do that than to not be that and operate under the social agreement. Let me read Geronimo real quick. So he says she's presupposing moral integrity. I could understand an argument for lying being a sign of being mentally unwell. I struggle with the notion that lying is necessary bad is necessary bad for the self.
I think he means necessarily.
Right. But some people don't have a problem lying. For some people, lying is par for the course. It's how they get by in life.
Okay. So
we all know. Go ahead.
I was going to say there's two things going on. So like he broke it into two things, which is good, right? Like I could understand an argument about lying being a sign of being mentally unwell.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Lying is usually a sign of being conflict avoidant. It's just avoiding a conflict. It's easier in the short term to lie and hope you don't get caught in it. You know,
right.
We all, what did they used to call them, little white lies or whatever.
Right.
You know, none of us are out here, you know, walking down the street and look at somebody and go, yeah, you're fat, you know, and oh, you're ugly. You know, we have filters for a reason, right? We're not completely just out there with everything, right?
Right.
But most of the time when we lie, it's to avoid a conflict, right or wrong. You know, sometimes we're withholding and maybe you shouldn't be doing that. Maybe you do need to stand up for yourself or advocate for yourself or say what you want and maybe don't lie just to avoid the conflict. But other times it's just easier, you know,
right.
And
Avoid
so
a conflict.
That. But where he says that lying is necessarily bad for the self, it is in that you are not living authentically. You're giving away your autonomy. You are, and I'm not talking about the fringes about people who are antisocial and things like that, just the average person. It increases your anxiety. Maybe it's a little bit of a dopamine hit, but you know, cheating and getting away with it. And it's a little exciting and those kind of things. But good or bad, you increase your anxiety. There could be a little bit of paranoia there. You create this cognitive dissonance by telling yourself why it's okay to lie and deceive somebody that you say that you care about.
So again, I'm gonna start off with the first thing he said, that you're presupposing moral integrity. I agree with that part of it. In order for everything you're saying to be factual about an individual, this is why I keep saying it's subjective. That means that someone would have to be going against their own moral code.
Yes, their personal moral code.
Right.
Yes.
So to get all of these feelings that you're talking about. Oh my God, I'm anxious and this and that, and you know, to a morally, you know, again, subjective, to a person of, I guess, you know, whose moral integrity matches that of whatever culture or the, you know, whatever. Right. For that person to do that, it might not be good for their health.
Okay.
But again, we're like he said, we're presupposing moral integrity. There are people out there that don't have that.
Right. But that's the fringes, because there's some baseline personal integrity, right? So are we saying honesty is not a baseline human?
Hell
framework?
no. Yeah, I'm saying that.
So you don't care?
No, I'm not saying that. People don't like to be lied to, but they don't want the truth either. You're talking to the right one.
Yeah, no, I know people don't want the truth.
Okay, so yeah, so like, no. Everybody lies. Right. Everybody lies.
If you're in a relationship with a woman, would you want her to be honest with you? Or do you
I would prefer it. Most men would not.
Really?
I don't want to know. If you playing me, keep it on the low.
Oh my gosh, you need to take a poll in your chat right now.
No, I know
Anybody
what God. Look, hold on. I know what men would say. You understand? Listen, understand this, right? Understand this. I don't do the, the again, this is red pill versus blue pill. I don't do the thing where we say, okay, consistency is truth, or where we say because a bunch of guys said it, we believe them. Because a bunch of guys will tell you this and a bunch of women will tell you this, and then you'll look into the landscape and see something else. I don't listen to what people say. I watch what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Actions and consistent actions tell more of the truth than what somebody says. Men lie, women lie all day. So yeah, people will say that they prefer to be told the truth, but they really don't. Look at how many people are in here. We have 50.
Like, do you think we're raised how to have a healthy relationship?
So let me say this, right? I got 56 people in here, right? Now, I would say I do a good amount of truth telling in this motherfucker. I'm not as popular as I once was when I was aligned with certain people saying some bullshit. So the idea is keep it 100. The idea that we prefer truth, and again, we're miles away from the whole monogamy conversation now.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I just want to say that. But the people would rather hear comfortable lies than brutal truths.
Yeah, because it makes me think like, what I would say is I would rather you break up with me first.
No,
like, if you're going to cheat, just
cool.
break up with me first.
No, I get it. I get that. We talking about lies in the general sense. I think you're talking about lies in the context of relationships, but even some of that, people would rather hear lies. Do I look fat in this?
I want to, but I'm weird. You better tell me if I look fat, because if I walk out of this house and I look fat and you didn't tell me, I'm going to be mad at you.
Man. Come on, man.
But I know I'm not like an average woman in that.
Right, but
I'm worried about that.
I think the biggest lie is that people don't want to be lied to.
Oh, there's times, yeah. I want to be protected from the truth sometimes. And I think people need to be more honest about that I would like to be protected from the truth, but I have to trust the person to even be able to tell them that. Like, if I fully trust you, then I need you to protect me from the truth sometimes.
Shout out to Adrian. I see him in the chat. Now, there is a clip. Hey, I want y'all to, I know it's one of the guys is it James Baldwin? It's James Baldwin, and I forgot the woman's name.
Nikki Giovanni.
Right. Now, you know where I'm going.
Exactly what clip you're gonna play.
No, I ain't gonna play it. We've all seen it.
Yeah, we've all seen it. Lie to
We've
me.
all seen it. Where she basically told him, lie to me. You lie to him. You can't lie to me. And he's like, but I love you. And why would I lie to you? And, his poetic, sort of eloquent speech pattern, right? Oh my God, it's just, it's like Nameless, Heavens to Megatroid. It feels good even, right? So all I'm saying is like, that's what people, it's emotion. People are emotional creatures. And a lot of time we input emotions into this fact shit, this logic shit, and this truth shit gets clouded with a lot of emotion. Mm-hmm. We would prefer people in this culture, at least, where there's the understanding that we're supposed to be one-on-one partners, right? Mm-hmm. We would prefer that people don't have extra marital or, outside of the relationship sexual encounters if it wasn't agreed upon in the beginning. Mm-hmm. But my mind's telling me no.
I'm just saying self-control.
Self-control. But you got biological.
Right.
All I'm saying is self-control under the pretense of what you were taught. Right? the example, the analogy I made on Facebook was, gentlemen, my gentleman in the chat, because you said something. You said you can hold your urine,
yeah,
right?
You don't have to pee in the street.
The analogy, no, sometimes you got to pee in the street. Okay, you get the urge. Hey, gentlemen, everybody who is in ownership of a phallus, please tell this woman, okay, that sometimes the urge to urinate is more important than the social understandings that you shouldn't do it in certain places.
Listen, while all these men are telling me how they've all gone pee in the street, I want to tell you, I went to New Orleans once, and it was after dark. We were coming back from dinner, and I was standing outside the hotel, and there was bushes, and a man walked up right beside me, whipped it out, and pissed in the bushes right beside me. I was shocked.
Right. When you gotta go, you gotta go. When you gotta go, you gotta go. And this is biology. Right?
Yeah, but I also said you could hold it. You could exert self-control if a cop was watching you, and you reminded me that I forgot who I was talking
in times
to.
you could not. So let me. Hey Webster, this was crazy. This doesn't even make sense. Yeah, but who randomly bust nuts walking out, bro?
We're just talking about self-control, not.
He's talking about self-control, but you know, I'm talking about biological urges. Nobody gets a biological urge to bust a nut, but you do get a biological urge if you're presented with an opportunity from a, how can I say, a female who sends your body signals that she may be ovulate, all these sexual signals that's coming your way, right? And there's an opportunity, and it's open, and it's there, and is inviting, right? Yeah. So, and every man in here knows what I'm talking about. Let's not cap. So the busting nuts down the street is crazy. I'm sorry?
You have the presence of mind to find a place to pee and go there and do it.
No, that's if you can. But
you don't pee
at times, at times, the piss must happen right here, right now. I think, again, this is subjective. What you're saying is not, no. Every man in this chat has had to take a piss.
Hold their pee better. That's all I'm hearing.
You say what now?
Is that all I'm hearing is that women can hold their pee better?
I mean, I've never been a woman, so I don't know. But conversely,
I don't see a lot of women peeing in the street.
But I don't see a lot, but I've seen some.
I have seen it,
but we do understand that, you know, men, and this might be a social thing. We can. It's easy for us to do that.
True.
So what I'm saying is, there on both ends, you know, men and women, there are times where you can't hold it.
Yeah.
Nobody can hold urine indefinitely. You can't hold it indefinitely. You will
pee yourself at some point.
You'll pee yourself, or you'll pee on the street. Guess what I'm picking? And like I told you on Facebook, I don't care if the National Guards is there. If the National Guards is there and I gotta piss right here, I'm pissing right here. Arrest me. And I will tell whoever it was me or the sidewalk.
You just tell him that it has been scientifically proven that holding your urine increases your chances of prostate cancer, because that's true.
Right. Because biologically, your body wants to get rid of waste. Mm-hmm. And the rule that you should not piss in the street doesn't matter at that point, which is my point that I'm making.
Yep.
And
that's why you were bringing it back to the homeless guy stealing a candy bar. Because morality becomes subjective based on your needs.
Morality is always subjective.
Well, it depends on whether it's internal or external. If it's internal,
so explain.
Your own morality is very firm.
Right. Well, depends.
Your own personal morality is very rigid for yourself.
Depends. Some I've seen people's morality change like the weather, and so it's very circumstantial. Like no. Nah, I can't even agree to that. I've seen people go against
No.
whatever own codes that they set for
Their
themselves.
ego is subjective because just like you said, they'll present, I have morality in this way, that like the person who presents themselves as monogamous and my body count is 1 and blah, 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 blah. And I value this, that, and the third. And then you find out something else, right? Like that's what they're presenting to you. So it changes with the wind.
Right.
They don't even know their own personal moral compass, you know?
I agree with those. I agree with what you said. But then there's people who, again, it's very circumstantial. And you might say it's unhealthy for them or something like that. But what I'm saying is you have people, not even what they necessarily present, things that they thought they would never do. There are women that everybody in here knows that probably, I would never do OnlyFans. And they probably do everything that's consistent with that until the situation changes. And now here they are doing it because survival, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Pretty rigid means no matter what happens, I'm not doing that.
Well, when I say pretty rigid, it's like you may find yourself doing something that you would never do. And you either have to create the dissonance to come up with an excuse, or
I agree.
you reevaluate why you valued it in the first place, because sometimes it does come from indoctrination or something in society or something somebody told you, and you're like, actually, I don't actually believe that.
But it still presents itself as this internal code that you broke. Regardless of what the reason is, if you create in your head a reason or dissonance, it's still an internal code that you broke, that you didn't get from out there. It was internal.
Mm-hmm.
People break internal codes all the time.
Maybe not all the time, but they do break them. Yeah, I agree with that. And for a lot of people, it creates guilt. Not everybody. But if you were breaking your own moral code, you may have some guilt about that. I mean, let me put it this way.
Well, if it's your moral code, then maybe, yeah. If it's your code and it's really your code,
yeah,
then I can agree with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, because maybe I'm homeless and maybe I'm stealing that candy bar, and I've already forgiven myself for stealing it because I'm hungry.
Right.
I still, because of my own moral code, I'm still might feel a little guilty about it. It's not going to stop me. I'm still taking it.
So then you're agreeing with my point that I made earlier.
Not about cheating, no.
Of course, because you disagree with cheating, but you just made a point that parallels that.
Right, but I can die.
What happened to self-control?
From not eating. I'm not gonna die from not having an orgasm. I'm not going to die from if I was a man, not spreading my seed. I'm not going to die if I'm a woman, if I live my whole life as a virgin. I'm not going to die from those things. And so they are different.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that the threat of death is the only place that lives? When it comes to, like you said, surrendering to urges, you don't think some people's urges are stronger than others? You don't think, and again, you're studied, right? You don't think for some people, some of this stuff can like really fuck with them mentally or in some cases, and I know this is rare, physically. You don't think that some people fighting certain urges, like you might say, not fighting the urge, is bad. But for some people, fighting the urge is bad for their mental health.
How?
Because it's like holding piss. It won't kill you. And we talking about mental health, though.
Well, the piss is going to come out because that's a physical thing. It's just going to come out. Your seed isn't going to just, maybe at night if you have a dream or whatever, but it's not going to just explode out if you don't have sex.
So, right. I understand that. But we're talking about mental.
Right. So how is it hurting?
So, okay. Again, you you do the psychology thing. You're saying to me that people don't differ in that regard. So like even if you talk about addiction, I think that people struggle identifying with the addict, for instance, right? Because you don't have the urge. Then you struggle to understand the person with the urge. Like Adrian mentioned earlier, R. Kelly. Now, I don't like to call R. Kelly a pedophile because he doesn't have sex with prepubescent children, but he's an Ebo? I forget the name, an Ebophile or something like that. He prefers adolescence.
Peri-adolescent, yeah.
He prefers adolescence, right? So what I'm saying is this with R. Kelly. I don't have that urge, right? You got guys going on, what is that? How to Catch a Predator, right? And they're willing to throw it all away because they have an urge to deal with women that young. Now, I'm not excusing any, but to me, that is a mental. I think that the guys who are dealing with that have a mental, when you prioritize or you have a primary sexual attraction but that's something that, because I don't live in that reality. I say, well, how could you do this? You won't die if you don't submit to that urge, right? I think that's a little bit judgy on from that context. Of course, those mental disorders have victims, right? So then we have to again enforce a social understanding that protects those victims.
Right. Yeah. But if we're trying to compare those two, it is a little bit difficult because I've worked with people who have pedophilia and ephebophilia and people who have had sex with children who do not have pedophilia.
You said what? Say it again now.
I said I've also worked with people who have had sex with children who do not have
who do not.
pedophilia.
Okay. But we're not right.
But I have said those type of things. You are going to have to exhibit self-control.
Well, we end up giving some of those people drugs because the urge is stronger than they are.
Right. They voluntarily,
I think from the person not dealing with the issue, it's easy to say, well, just don't do it. It's easy to say.
It's super easy to say that.
Right. It's easy to say, just don't do it because you don't have the urge.
Right. But I may want to I'll just come up with something random because I would never do it. I may want to punch you in the nose.
Okay.
You may irritate me and I want to punch you in the nose. And I have a very, very, very strong urge to punch you in the nose because maybe you said something I really didn't like.
Right.
I will 100% of the time have enough self-control and presence of thought not to punch you in the nose.
So, but you can't put yourself as the standard for everyone. You understand what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't.
Probably some people who would want to punch you in the nose.
But no, it's not just one. What I'm saying is, we're talking about mental shit. So you have people, who spaz out and this and that, what you want to call them, psychopaths, whatever. Their urge is stronger than what your resistance is to the urge, right? So again, you deal with psychology. You understand what I'm saying. It's easy for you, a sane person who does not have that mental issue, to say, well, I could want to do this, but I have the strong presence of mind not to do it.
But we're
and there's people who don't.
Person.
But there's people who don't have that. See, when you talk about punching in the nose, we talk about violence. But then we have people that have sexual proclivities, right?
Yeah.
Sexual propensities. So just because
the fringes versus the everyday person, like the fringes, if they're antisocial, if they're a sociopath, if they have some developmental immaturity, if they have, if they were raised a certain way, say they were raised and dad cheated and all the men cheat and everybody is cheating and everybody just keeps it a secret. And so it feels like that's what normalcy is until I learn the difference, until I learn something different. Those are all fringe people. The average everyday person understands.
Well, the average everyday person operates under culture, right? So I want to read what Indigo said because it's very important. He says, I believe that as well. And I think he's referring to when I said that those people have like a mental issue, right? He says, but people take you acknowledging it as you condoning it. And I go through that a lot. So shout out to Indigo for this comment. I go through that a lot. I'm not saying that I condone it. I'm saying I understand what it is. Not being someone dealing with it. I understand what it is. And I'm glad that I'm not someone dealing with it. These guys are otherwise normal people who have this thing in their mind that they can't escape. It's a reality that they can't escape. It's always talking. They have these urges that are always talking to them. It's like anybody that smokes cigarettes. You know when you want a cigarette. Mm-hmm. You could say, well, just don't smoke. And it's easy to say that for a non-smoker. If you're a non-smoker, it's easier to say that. Now, okay, we can say, well, those are smokers and fringe and those things. What I'm saying is, again, all of these are under the assumption that, again, socially it's unacceptable to do that, or at least in your relationship. It doesn't present an argument for monogamy, though. Because sexual monogamy is sexual monogamy. Right now, again, I'm under the belief that people are likely to do what they can get away with. Right.
And I'm under the opinion that humans will do what they believe to be in their best interest. Now, sometimes a person may believe that what is in my best interest is to get mine and do what I can get away with. Or have a hustle mentality or any of those kind of things. Some people may be very focused on self-growth and their own moral compass, or, being the best person they can based upon their own personal views of values. But everyone does what's in their best interest. I think anecdotally, we just look around and we look at the people around us. You and I are in very different sections of the country. So, we're going to see the people around us differently and what they're doing. I live in a place that's very much in the Bible Belt, so what's promoted here is very different than maybe some more progressive areas. But I think in general, most people just want to be good. They want to view themselves as good, and they have to determine what that is.
Right.
And as soon as you stop being authentically you, as soon as your autonomy comes with the cost of having to deceive and lie, then that's not in your own best health.
Okay, but you have to understand this. You have to be authentically you. And a lot of that is biology, while living in this social environment that says some of these things that's authentically you is not acceptable.
Correct.
So how do you reconcile that? You do it how most people do it. You play the role of the socially acceptable person in the light, and in the dark, you do what you do.
Okay, but let's take out anything that has a victim out of the conversation, because it keeps moving it from place to place. So if we take out, pedophilia, phobophilia, if we take all that and we say during the day you want to look socially acceptable, but at night you're going to be authentically you, that kind of circles back to my point that we already have in society, while it's not heavily promoted and there are going to be some judgy people, it's already set up where there is the possibility of non-legal polygamy, polyamory, you could have a throuple, a polycule, you can have an open relationship, you can be a swinger, you can do all of these things without being deceitful.
In America?
Yes, in America.
Let me I'm gonna read Adrian's comment. So he said, so are we managing to the margins, or is this about the average individual? My argument is that the average individual is not sexually monogamous. Whether one thinks that's right or wrong, or this, that, and the other, or that one should practice self-control to be monogamous or sexually monogamous, is again informed by the fact that we live in the West.
Mm-hmm.
It's informed by the social environment that we live in. In a lot of ways, in order for you to exist in this environment, how can I say, what were the words I'll be? In order for you to be to successfully blend in to this culture, there are certain things about yourself or certain beliefs about yourself that you have to put out there. So even if this is you and we ain't, pedophilia or not, what I'm saying is, and especially that, if that's naturally you, then you can't put that out there. You get killed. That's actually one of the things that if that's who you are, you die if they find out that's who you are. There's no understanding, going back to what Indigo said, there's no understandings about, oh, I'm sick and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Before you find out that you should take some pills or this and that, you might commit a few acts before you realize, or somebody pulls you. But they don't say, hey, you've done a few crimes, let's pull you aside and get you some help. Right? They want you up out of here. Now, again, not excusing any of that. What I'm saying is there's a certain level of outward appearance that you have to put out there to exist in this environment to begin with. And if any of who you really are is in opposition to that, like you said, conflict. So to a certain degree, you can't be 100% authentically yourself to a degree. So whether this is about monogamy or anything else, and that's not fringe, everybody has a quality about themselves as human beings that is not socially acceptable.
They do?
No? Do you think everyone is being their authentic self? Oh, you know what? Let me scratch it.
Everyone has something about themselves.
Let me pull that back.
Okay.
I would say most people, most humans are behaving in a way that is conducive to society. And we all got scandal. We all got a secret. We all got a skeleton that would not be socially acceptable
if we were to put. We all do, unless we're talking about like.
I said most.
I don't want somebody to know that I picked my nose earlier.
I said most. Yeah. Now, picking the nose, that ain't what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, I think that most people have a thing about themselves that they have to manage to exist in society. Sometimes the thing is terrible, sometimes not so terrible, but it'll be something that wouldn't be acceptable otherwise.
So I think where we agree is that the societal standard that is set forth isn't really good for people and doesn't really fit who people actually are. Because society, the way it's set up, isn't really accepting of everybody's differences. We all have to live in ego.
And it varies. We
all have to be perfect all the time. Or
am
we
I
get
saying
judged. I'm sorry, what?
I don't know if I'm saying that, but What I'm saying is there are things that, you know, and again in this culture, and right now I'm just speaking for this culture. There are things in this culture that you can't put out into the world, or there'll be backlash. There's certain beliefs you can't say out loud because there'll be backlash. There's a lot of things that are socially unacceptable to say or to do, and these things are people's truths, right?
Yeah.
Their authentic self. It's not that I'm saying that people have to be perfect, because I'm not saying that. For some
Well, I'm
people,
saying,
yeah.
like society's picture of perfect. Not that they actually have to be perfect, but that we all have to present ourselves a certain way because societal standards
Well,
are funky.
I would argue that sexual monogamy is a perfect standard. Is a standard of perfection, right? So in order to satisfy that standard, as long as you're with any person, and we're going to use the context one at a time, monogamy. In order to satisfy that standard, that means every person that you've ever been with, that means you've never had sex outside of that understanding.
Right.
I think that is more likely to happen later in life than earlier in life, right? Because we talk about age groups. I think that people in their, how can I say, their most sexually active stage of their life,
In their prime.
in their prime.
Yeah, that is statistically proven that younger men, like young adult men, cheat more, and women over 35 cheat more.
Right. So whatever the prime is, right? And we talking about, would we point to biology with that, or would you?
Yeah, I would point to biology for, it's almost like when you first go through puberty, it's almost like you woke up and all of a sudden your genitalia is there, so you want to do things with it.
Right. But what I'm saying is, in even, women, how they select men and things like this, all this is biological, even though socially, we often talk about who women pick as opposed to who they socially should pick. When I tell guys, I say, they're picking guys based on like raw sexual attraction, especially in their younger years. And we talking about women who are older in their sexual, sex drive being a certain way, and who's likely to cheat and everything like that. But again, remember, these are women who the man's sex drive is slowed down, and these women are not so much. But what I'm saying is, like, women are more fertile when they're younger.
Right.
I tell people, I say, if you want to know a woman's like choice, like where her type is, you look at her first child's father, right? You look at her first child's father, because at that point in her life, she had more access to men than she did later, and she picked and chose who she wanted to mate with. In that stage, in her 20s or whatever, that is a woman's most valuable age range in life. She has access to more men at the bottom and the top of society in that age group than she does later. So, and then the opposite is true for men, right? Typically, right? So these women, they're choosing men based on, not because necessarily they're rich or whatever. We talking about sexual encounters, short-term mating. They're choosing to procreate with men that they find sexually attractive. Sexually attractive. Right? So
they pick men who remind them of their father. So if they don't have a baby, then you can always look at their dad if their dad's around. That'll tell you who they're attracted to too. Probably the younger.
You're gonna make me say it, man.
Are you gonna talk about daddy issues?
You're gonna make me say it, man. Come on, man. You talking about?
No, I won't say it.
If their dad, if they're looking at their father, you're gonna make me say it, man.
Okay, so for the ladies listening, you can look at his mother and see who he's attracted to. Just you have to think of a younger version of his mother, and then you'll know.
Who in here agrees with this?
Hey,
That
it's scientifically
men-
proven.
Who are the scientists?
You
So
can
so
find
so
the
so
documents.
so men are dating women who's the younger version of their mother.
Yes.
Who? What?
Now, it's not that you find your mother sexually attractive. It's
That's
that
not what I'm.
your
That's not.
mother
That's not.
is the-
That's
your
not what I'm.
mother is the first person who nurtures you. And so it's that feeling that you get from your mother, or it could be your grandma or whoever, that first person who is nurturing to you. You when you look for nurturing, you're going to look for a woman that gives you that feeling.
No feeling. Okay, but we say resemble a younger
But
version.
reminds you, yes. Yes.
Physically, aesthetically, because you said a younger version of your mother.
Sometimes
You got a lot of men in here who are trying to get the furthest away from what their mother was as possible.
Well, and that's why I wanted to clarify that sometimes it's your grandma. It's the first person who gave you that nurturing, unconditional, positive regard type feeling, that love, that didn't have strings attached.
I think I'm gonna just say this, and I might be disagreeing with some great scientists, but I think that's it might be a oversimplification in my opinion, right? That is that, like, because
That's
I
why
don't
they say
know.
mommy issues and daddy issues, because sometimes that first feeling they gave you was not a good thing. And then you end up like, if you don't work on those issues, so like women who have daddy issues or, problems with their paternal figures, they'll end up trying to work it out in their relationships without actually working out whatever issues they have with their father. They'll date men who give them that feeling that they're just picking really poorly,
But okay,
because
but you
they're working out their issues.
right, but you have guys, you have people that might say, well, you're looking for a nurturing woman because your mother was not. And then you have people that say, well, you're looking for nurturing because your mother was nurturing, right?
If you are looking for a woman who's if you're like, I'm looking for a woman who's nurturing because my mother just was not, that means you've processed that, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes if somebody has mommy issues or daddy issues and they haven't worked those out, they're gonna keep getting these are the women who keep picking the same guy. Oh, like they pick poorly and they pick the same guy over and over again. And they'll say, oh, I thought I picked better this time. And it's almost like they keep picking the same guy
No,
because they haven't figured out I'm picking that guy because, my dad always called me a loser. And then I always end up with these guys who call me a loser.
Okay.
But if I figure it out, I'm going to look
Mhm.
for something different.
Right, but you got women who their father was in their life
Yeah.
and they chose the wrong guy because of what I'm talking about, sex desire, right? I don't like you again, going back to Ciara. Ciara and me and BGS had this debate. Is on his channel. We had this debate about Ciara with Future and Russell, two different guys, right? Now we know the history of who Ciara dated. We know who she was with, right? Her father was in her life, and I think her father was like in the military or something like that, disciplinary and all of this stuff, right? I think that it can be that, but it's not necessarily that.
Yeah.
There are women who choose bad men in spite of having a great upbringing with their father.
Yeah.
Now you have. I think that most of us will agree that a woman raised by a man, and you have a strong masculine influence in your life, whatever. And I ain't talking about no weak girl dad shit. What we say is these women tend to understand men more.
Yeah. And they will
Because
pick better.
right, well, hopefully. right?
We
But
all
they
make
tend to.
mistakes. Like you
But they
don't
tend.
know who somebody is until they show themselves.
But well,
But you're still going to do a
really,
little bit better if you have the presence of both parents in your life and you have a pretty, a decently healthy upbringing. Nobody has a perfect upbringing, but
let me
you'll
ask you
choose
something.
better.
Because you
Yeah.
said show yourselves. Let me ask you something, right? How long does it take you to kind of like, because when you were talking to Nameless, you were talking about different personalities and things of that nature. You study psychology.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to be in someone's presence and engage with them to kind of like put some assumptions together, even if those assumptions might be wrong? Well, how long does that take?
I'm going to answer that, but I'm going to tell Stuart real quick. It's Electra, Elektra. And then Oedipus is Oedipus. So it's Electra and Oedipal complex.
I think that was Indigo, was it?
It was Stuart, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because this is idea that women are being fooled into messing with certain type of guys that are hiding their like true self from them, right? Right. So you're just choosing bad guys. And what I'm saying is how long do you in your individual case, right? Your anecdotal experience, how long does it take you to read someone, like for you to put someone in a proverbial box?
I would say there's an immediate, then there's like, after a couple months, I'm seeing how you're operating. But I usually tell people you don't know who a person is until you have known them through 4 seasons and a crisis.
Right. And I think that I agree with that, but I think that the 4 seasons in a crisis is knowing things that are not necessarily apparent, right? There are a lot of things that are not necessarily apparent. But I'm gonna go out on a limb here, right? And I'm gonna say that there's a lot of intelligent guys here. If you listening to me, right? And I ain't saying, it doesn't sound like I'm patting myself on the back, like, because I think that if when I say people don't like the truth, if people are here, they're like, listen to what this guy has to say. There might be some hate listeners, but I'm gonna say this, right? I would think that there's a good amount of guys in this chat that probably go out on a date with a female, and after one date, they got a kind of readout of what they think they're dealing with. And we often make these assumptions that these women have to go through all type of shit to be like, oh, that's who he was after the baby and everything else, man. Like,
you know what women do, and I'm just talking in general women, right? Because I don't talk about specific women. So in general, women will do this thing where they're like, they'll be on a date with a guy and they really like him, and all of her friends have said, oh, he's hot, he's this, he has money, you should date him, you should do this, that, and the third. And then he'll say something like, let's say he's honest, right? Let's say he says, I want to be in a committed relationship and I want you to be monogamous to me, but I want to be able to have, relations, encounters with others. And she will laugh and fool herself into thinking it's a joke. And then, then you'll be 3 months down the road and, she's going, well, what are we? And he's like, yeah, will you be my girlfriend? Yeah, let's be boyfriend, girlfriend, right? And then 6 months down the road, she finds out that he went by Mary's house after work and she's pissed and, oh, I chose wrong and he fooled me and he asked me to be his girlfriend. And he's like, I told you, I said the thing. And then she's like, but I didn't think you were serious. Because you said you love me and you slept with me. So that means we're going to do it my way.
I've been there several times. You tell a woman straight up, look, this is what it is. And then in their head is something else. Because we're moving like this and we're here and we're doing this and it feels like what you want it to be. Right? It feels like that. So in the face of being told it's not, it feels like this. So the feeling is realer than the statement that it ain't. Right. So okay, but then you weren't fooled, you weren't lied to.
Right.
But you'll say you were lied to because the
feelings lied to you.
The feeling told you something else.
Right.
So if the guy is speaking your love language in his actions, that's the lie. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Even if you said even if you said no, this ain't that, but he's doing all the things that the man you want would do.
Right. And I'm gonna change him.
Right. I want to not that he's the guy, but I want to convince him that we should be a thing that we aren't.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what you want to change his mind. You don't.
That's that. I'm gonna. Can I say a curse word? Would that be okay, Marcus?
This is really.
I'm asking permission.
I start off this shit.
Your channel. Okay. Right. You can curse. It's your channel. I just wanted to ask permission that if I can.
Kevin Samuels. There ain't no rules here like that, man. Okay. People come in and call me all types of names. Go ahead. Say.
Okay, but
I want to hear you curse though.
You and everybody else knows that I don't really curse. It's very strategic if I do.
Right.
But to me, it's magical pussy syndrome. It's like you say that you want to have multiple people, and I want you to only have me. So as long as you get in here and you're doing these things with me, then you're not going to want anybody else. You're only going to want me.
Let's stop for a second. I want everybody in the chat to appreciate that she said magical pussy. It's magic. It's pussy and it's magic. It's magical pussy. I want, we got to stop. She said magical pussy.
Okay, now I'm blushing, so stop.
She said magical pussy, y'all. This is what I call it. What I call it, and I think the video that I have is called the arrogance of pussy. I say pussy is arrogant. Pussy is very arrogant. Pussy thinks it's worth more than anything. Pussy think it could turn water into wine, lead into gold, and all this other shit. Pussy is arrogant.
I do have another question because Adrian said in the chat he had a question.
All right, I'm gonna look for his.
And I don't. Question. And it starts with, "Is it possible?"
Okay, I'm scrolling. Okay, hold on. I got it here.
Okay.
Let me scroll up. Hold on. I want to put it on screen.
Okay.
Here it is. Okay.
This is what I want to say. I tend to always err on the side of caution for the most part. I made a crude joke on Roger's live today, but it was funny. But I tend to err on the side of caution and not speak on things that are outside of my lane. And so this particular question here is this. It seems like a psychology question, which would be directed at me. However, it could be directed at Marcus. And so if you want me to speak on it, I will speak on it. But I try to be very clear about staying in my lane.
Right. So she said, is it possible to particular dysfunction? I don't know what he's referring to when he's asking this question. Because I don't know.
He later said about choosing, I think. Yeah, about our choosing practice, like who you choose to be with that has something to do with this very unique Black history in the United States.
Okay, I have a theory.
Let's hear it.
So, might make sense to motherfuckers, it might not. See, I said motherfuckers, you can curse here. So, I feel this. I think that a lot of the environments where Black people live, are kind of like very intense environments. And what I say is this: I compare the intensity of the hood, depending on where you live, the intensity of the hood to prison. Now, what I'm going to say is going to be some crazy shit. Okay. It's fight or flight, right? Or not even fight or flight, right? Let's do this.
Survival.
Right. A guy goes into jail. He ain't the biggest, most muscular, strong guy. He gets into jail, right? And there's this thing in jail where it's like, okay, you know, what they call it, you're going to become somebody's bitch, right? Now, mind you, men's prison ain't nothing but dudes here. But in this dude existence, this male existence, you're going to become somebody's bitch, right? Now, there's two things you could do. Either go into the prison, find the biggest person you can find, right? And do a Sean Penn. And a lot of people don't remember Bad Boy. You think Bad Boys, you think Will Smith, Martin Lawrence. If you old enough, you remember Sean Penn Bad Boys. You put some soda cans in a bag. Are you old enough to know what I'm talking about? You old enough to know what I'm talking about. You put some soda cans in a bag and you find the biggest dude you can find and you start beating him up with these soda cans. Let these people think you crazy, right? Kobe knows what I'm talking about. You crazy, and you knock him out. And it's like, ooh, okay, he ain't gonna be my bitch. I own soda cans. You crazy. Now, the other option is to find the biggest guy in the prison and be his bitch. And what this big guy, this big dangerous guy in the prison will protect you from the other dangerous guys in the prison. Because prison is dangerous. And because you can't defend yourself against the other dangerous guy, you have to find the most dangerous guy and be with that guy. It's some wild shit to say, but this is what happens, right? Don't go to prison, stay in school. What I'm saying is the hood is like that, where women find the most dangerous guy to protect them from the other dangerous guys and maybe some dangerous girls. So because it's an intense environment, it's violent, it's dangerous, whatever you want to call it, depending on what hood you're talking about, right? They find that guy. The only problem is, in both scenarios, who protects you from the most dangerous guy? There's nobody to protect you from him. The funny thing about these women is, again, they're also taught socially that men aren't supposed to hit them. Biologically, it's like, you can't beat this guy. But socially, I can say anything I want to him. I can even touch him. I can even hit him. I can slap him, whatever. You find the most dangerous guy, and then this is what you do. This is why black women, they have the most, they got all this violence going on. Because black women have the highest rates of blah, 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 blah. Because they find the most dangerous guys. And then talk crazy and hit them and initiate DV and, this type of thing, right? You would think that, like, men know better. Men ain't gonna find the most dangerous person and you know what I'm saying, unless they trying to prove a point. But what I'm saying is, with women, they think that, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
They think that they're not supposed to get hit.
I was just having this conversation today that, at the end of the day, women are always protected by society.
Western.
Yes, Western. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you for...
Right.
Yes,
sorry.
Yeah, other
you
places
understand what I'm
are
saying?
not protected in the slightest. They are purely property. But here...
Not necessarily, but there
are some places where
there are some
property.
Yeah. But I think women sometimes feel like if they don't have complete autonomy, they're completely property. Like there's no gray area in between.
Yeah.
But that's my assessment of that, right? Of course, it's not
When
true.
we're talking about women, I don't think you're far off. This is what I will offer in answer to that question. From a purely psychological standpoint, it took a very, very, very long time for American Black psychologists to prove that post-traumatic slave syndrome is an actual thing, and that's that generational trauma. That's just that's the the name for the generational trauma, and of course it includes everything that is also post-slavery that has happened to Black people.
Right.
And because it took so long for that to even be acknowledged as an actual thing, that there's just not a lot of studies into that unique experience, right? And what are all the repercussions? You know, the one of the very first things that was talked about was how during slavery, a mother would degrade her son to the slave owner, whatever that, master, I don't know what they're called, but the asshole that thought he could own people. But
He was right though. He could.
Yeah, she would degrade her son to that person as a form of protection and as a sign of love. So if you just use that one very, very tiny example of mom just taught me that love is degrading me, then when you go to choose a person later in life, then love is being degraded, right? So just that, and that's just a tiny, tiny example. So what all the repercussions are, we just don't necessarily have, stats and figures and research. I would say the Black community probably knows pretty well what the repercussions are. But as far as that moving forward, when they talk about post-traumatic slave syndrome, the reason why that was one of the first things that came up is because that was a behavior that continued post-slavery. It was sort of like it went on for hundreds of years, and so it just continued.
Question: are we still talking about
choosing
how women choose men in the Black community?
I would, for that particular example, I was talking about how men choose how men
don't choose women.
The word choose. How they are attracted. Yeah.
I want to make one thing clear. And me and you had this discussion already. When we talk about birth force law and all this stuff. Men don't choose women. Women choose men.
Right. That's why I kind of hesitated on the choose. But you meet a woman and you may be physically attracted to her and you date for a little bit. And at some point you make the decision on whether you want to make that offer. Now she's going to do the choosing on the yes or no. She can say yes or no. Women are the gatekeepers, but
damn near everything.
But you're not going to make an offer if you don't see something in her. But if mom and grandma and auntie and great grandma and all your female cousins and everybody show love by degrading you, then when you think you're in love with somebody, you would wonder what's wrong if they don't, give you a hard time and tease you and degrade you.
It might manifest itself in some places, but then you got guys who take being degraded because they don't have a lot of options.
Yeah. I was just because I want to stay in my lane. So I was just explaining post-traumatic slave syndrome in the mating
right, but
dating and mating process. So I don't want to speak too much on it again because I want to stay in my lane.
So in a minute I'm gonna read Adrian's super chat. But in terms of, because again, I'm a firm believer of women choose, not men. Men can make offers. Men have to make several. Men can make 100 offers and get 100 rejections.
Yeah.
Right. And women, they get more offers than they want in a given lifetime, especially again in that age range, which is why they fuck it off. Like, you know, in a time period where they get a lot of offers that probably would change their life, they fuck it off because they get so many offers. They don't value them. It's just a lot of offers. Yeah. So in the context of women choosing men, another thing that I will say is, aside from the, you know, the intense, the intense environment. I mean, you know, because, you know, I can, you know, I'm speaking on a unique situation, right? You got women who prefer a certain type of dude. The culture push these guys, like what you said earlier with the girls, is like, yeah, that guy. Mm-hmm. So you got, you know, the guy that, you know, he's exalted in the culture. Mm-hmm. There's a certain sort of behavior that's exalted in the culture. And how I link it to slavery is this. We tend to, or better yet, women tend to gravitate towards men who are outlaws. Because to be an outlaw means you were not, you know, how can I say, you were defiant of the, I guess, the slave master in that sense. Like,
they're attracted to the defiant personality as long as you're not defiant towards me. Is that what you're saying?
When you talk about women,
like I like the defiant guy. Just do what I tell you to do.
Well, to an extent, it's that, but then they also want you to give them some drama. Oh, you can't be too agreeable.
Okay.
But I'm added to what you said about the slavery component. When you're dealing with a guy who is like, he doesn't give a fuck about authority. Mm-hmm. This is the guy that will more than likely protect you from the slave master and anybody else, right? Mm-hmm. Right? The guy who is, again, conformist, passive, he's part of the establishment. So like you look at guys that wear suits and they're professional, they got degrees and things like that. And we say, well, black women should choose these guys because they're successful and they're black excellent and all this other shit. But they represent the establishment. They represent the plantation. They represent house Negroes, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas what they like to call these outlaws, the warrior class of black men that are defiant against, you know, the white establishment and the government and those things. So these guys represent the defiant field Negro, like, you know, like, you understand what I'm saying? So in that context, it's like, okay, we like these guys because they are not afraid of the thing, and the other guys are bowing down to it, right? They're more right. They're weak, they're meek, and they're the house Negro. You know what I'm saying? They're the house Negro. The established man, the guy in the suit and the tie, he's sold out. He sold out. He sold his soul and blah, 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 blah type of thing. Right. Mm-hmm. Whereas the guy in the street he's like, fuck that. Da, 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 da. This is what I am. This is who I am. And they're attracted to that. It's like it might be like a bad boy rebellion type of thing, but it's rebellious to, the state, the state and, and all of that shit, which the state is the plantation. Yeah. Okay. Right. So there's that. Cause again, slavery was an intense environment. Right. So then you have the guys who, and that's why you watch Pop the Balloon and you see guys dress a certain way. And the first thing these girls say is you look sweet. Oh, they're not attracted to anything that if you're too clean cut, you're what they say, put together, right? You're metro, right? You come across as buck broken, right? You come across as buck broken. They don't want buck broke. That's why in black culture, the whole, homosexuality thing is something else in like compared to other cultures.
Oh,
And it's like
I can see
Kobe
that,
said.
yeah.
Kobe even says, this is why they diss KS, because clean cut guy, look like he gets manicures, wears a suit, right? And this is what they reject because it reminds them of that. Or again, we talk about post traumatic slave syndrome, right?
Okay.
And they pass it down, So this is whether it's something that they're even conscious of,
Right.
right? And again, these are just my theories.
Yeah. But I do think, I know you were gonna pull up Adrian's comment,
right.
but
So
I think
let's
he makes such a valid point. Like,
so
it kind of goes along with what you were saying.
So, and because when he say we, I don't know if he means black people or black men. All right. And because the environments that we come from are generationally intense, perhaps we exist outside of a normal selection processes, i.e., he chooses a woman like his mama.
I have something to say for that.
Right.
I think you have that has to be accurate, because again, it took so long for the psychological establishment to even acknowledge that that was a thing, that we don't know what all of the fallout is from that. And then secondarily, using the word normal, right? Normal selection processes, he chooses a woman like his mom.
Right. I find normal to be
point.
subjective itself too. But
Well, I think we all get that when it comes to medicine, when it comes to psychology, when it, for the vast majority of the history of medicine and psychology, what was considered normal was white Eurocentric, right? And then we say that's normal because that's the standard. And so then maybe we have a lot of research on something, but if we don't really dig into, well, who was in the sample, who were we studying, right?
Right.
So if these studies that I'm referencing are primarily or even 100% white Eurocentric people, then it obviously can't be generalized across the board, right? Or say there are one or two or maybe three black people in there. Black's not a monolith, so maybe there's one ADOS FBA person in there, right? And so then because there's such a small sampling, that's just going to be on the fringe. And so that just goes to show that, yeah, we don't even know. So even as I'm saying these things, I hope, and I'll do better at remembering to say that, but I hope everybody listening, gets that when somebody gives you stats and you're going to use them, or somebody's offering them as an argument towards something, do question it. I say on my own channel, question presenters, and myself as a presenter in that moment, I say question presenters, because while numbers don't lie, sometimes stats do.
Well, and sometimes people misuse stats. And
Yeah,
I'm gonna lend what you said about stats to something you said earlier, and when we were talking about relationships, right? And I think that while sexual deviancy is socially unacceptable, there's a lot of things, and we can go into the whole Sigmund Freud thing. There's a lot of things from our childhood that we keep at bay.
Yeah.
And that we don't let be seen. And just because a person is hiding it doesn't mean it ain't there.
Yeah.
And it might manifest itself in different ways. Right? And we all have different versions of that. And I think that, again, for a lot of for a lot of us, we might say it's fringe because it's not visible and apparent. And I think that is I'm of the belief that a lot of this stuff is not really fringe. It's just that we get it for most of us, we get socialized into saying, well, that's wrong because it's socially wrong. So you don't, you have people that they'll so when you talk about stats, we only know what we know. We don't know what we don't know.
Right.
Right. So even when you talk about like, I often, when we talk about, how can I say, I want to use a word that won't trigger YouTube. Right. And thank you, Adrian, for the 10 spot. Right. I want to use a word that won't trigger YouTube. So let's say I'm going to call these people converts. People who are born this and decide they want to be that.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
So the way I feel is we have an unusual, this is not even anomalous, like things that like this is supposed to be an anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
We have an unusual spike in occurrences of converts.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, I could understand, right? A certain percentage, right? But all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, and a lot of people say, well, they've always been there. It just wasn't socially acceptable, right? For them to say, I'm a convert. I'm born this, but I want to be that, right? Yes, Decepticons, Leon. Decepticons, yes. So what I'm saying is, on one hand, a person could say, well, we've been had these people. They've been who they were. And then on the other hand, we can say, because the culture is being pushed in a certain direction, we have more occurrences. How much will you allow for either argument? Because I would say that these sorts of things are supposed to be anomalous.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be fringe, right? It's supposed to be fringe.
Yes.
So if we're going to say that this is fringe and this behavior is fringe and these are things that are biological urges, right? That, that we have to, socially train people not to act on because they're biological urges. They're things that you would do if there was no recourse or repercussions for it, right? If there was no repercussions, if there was no restrictions, you would act on these things because your body's telling you to. But then with this, we're seeing all of these occurrences, and is becoming less fringe as we move forward. So how much would you lend to? Well, they were there, is it was socially unacceptable, and now that is becoming socially acceptable, now you can see them, as opposed to us saying that, maybe, right? And I'm not making either argument. I'm asking you. Maybe that
specifically about Decepticons.
Some of it's funny to hear you say that.
Well, I'm trying to be respectful of not getting your show flagged.
Right. So, Stuart, we're not talking about hermaphrodites. The hermaphrodite is something aesthetically different than what we're talking about.
Yeah. These would be people who wrong body dysmorphia.
Right. Body dysmorphia. And in order for me to be what I want to be, I have to go see a surgeon.
Okay.
So
I have thoughts on this.
Right.
I have thoughts, experience, and a little bit of research. So I'll try my best to keep it brief. I do believe that it's a thing that does happen. And it has happened, throughout human history. I believe it is always has historically been seen as anomalous, meaning that it's 1% of the population or less.
Mm-hmm.
That's generally what they refer to as anomalous.
Mm-hmm.
I think as LGBT people were in their minds fighting for some equal rights to things, marriage rights, different things, we tend to, and especially more lately, we've become a very binary country, right? And so we keep seeing these overcorrects that happen. And so we saw, to me, an overcorrect. So as an example, as a therapist, it used to be that if somebody was Decepticon, then they had to go to therapy for a year and they had, first of all, they had to be an adult. If they were born female, they either had to have a child or some plan, about reproduction. They had to be in therapy for a year. And for lack of better words, to prove to the therapist that this was actually a real thing and was actually really happening. And or else insurance was not going to help with any of that gender affirming care. So then we see this pendulum swing to, we have to provide gender affirming care to people who have not hit puberty. And that's like this major overcorrection, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have to talk to kids about these things because we're playing to the margins, right? So if it's less than 1%, then we're having all these conversations with kids who never even thought about this stuff, but because this expert is up there saying these things, well, maybe, I don't know, I didn't even really think about myself as a girl per se. I'm not constantly thinking about I'm a girl and I like to play ball with the boys. So maybe I am a Decepticon, and it creates confusion, right? And so then we end up with the gender non-conforming or gender non-binary and people questioning these things. But at the end of the day, this huge swing that we had created so many problems because the loudest voices coming out of the Decepticon camp were young white people born male, then being that and speaking for all women. And so in that, we totally lost the definition of what it meant to be a woman at that point. So this overcorrect created all these problems and all these people questioning when it's a fringe thing.
So how much of that would you say is bandwagon or there's a few things I've heard people say. And I'll ask you because you're around it. How often have you bumped into Dr. Thunder's here? Shout out to Dr. Thunder. How often have you bumped into situations where there's a misdiagnosis of that? Where, like, again, I'm a believer in the reality of anomalies.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like you said, overcorrect, right? And the overcorrect, I'm going to say, is people who may either be seeing themselves as such or people who are telling those people, I think this is what's going on with you, right? I knew a girl who liked girls. And at one point, she's telling me that she thinks she's going to convert.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion and in the opinion of other like associates, she was just a girl who liked girls.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't give me anything that told me that she wanted to be a guy, right? And what I'm saying is you have all of these things going on, and you might get it in your head, maybe that's for me.
Or it's
So you
easier
have
over
people,
there.
so you have people going to do these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they realize, what have I done? Now, in the case of women deciding, hey, you know what? I think this is who I am. I think I'm that. You can go over there and see what it does for you. And then if you say, you know, I think I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm really a woman that likes women.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Then you might be able to step out of that. But it's not as simple if you're the guy that says, I think I'm this. Because that's a broom you can't hop back over.
Yeah, but that's just a social construct too, that men can't experiment.
No. You're not following me.
Oh, you mean making the conversion?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, unless you have an implant, I mean, that would be the only reason. Otherwise, it is pretty easy to just stop taking hormones and.
You're not following me.
Okay.
I'm talking about full conversion.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that it's harder for born male to reverse that if you have the full surgery.
Harder? I would say it was impossible.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you'd have to get an implant.
You can't go from. You hear what I'm saying?
Right.
You
I mean,
can't-
aesthetically, maybe, but function, no.
No, aesthetically, no. This is why you have a lot of self-deletes happening behind this.
Yeah. Well, I will say, you asked if I had seen that.
Yeah.
I have 2 acquaintances who were born female and had the conversion surgeries. But they were well in their 30s. This had been a thing for a long time. They had gone through those therapeutic processes. We all knew since we were children. Like, you know, we could say we saw it, but especially during the times of puberty, yeah, totally. And they're perfectly happy with it. But I will say, once I saw the pendulum swinging, that was when I said I wouldn't be doing that therapy anymore, because I didn't want to get pressured into saying that I was going to sign off on something that I didn't feel like should be signed off on.
Right. You get kids who feel like, because I mean, kids go through phases. You think this, but then not exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You got, guys who thought they liked a girl, and then they go to the 6th grade. Now they like another girl.
Yeah.
Which cements my earlier point. But anyway.
We don't want 6th graders settling down, Marcus.
We don't want them settling down. But again, that's social monogamy. We talking about sexual monogamy, right?
Yeah.
Earth subscription cancellations, Indigo.
Indigo, I'm going to use that, by the way.
Wild for that. You're wild for that, bro. Earth subscription cancellations. Like, hey, we're going to cancel your Earth subscription, buddy. You haven't paid your Earth bill. Your Earth subscription
Oh,
bill.
yeah. PK just said, when the kids pre-puberty take those drugs, it can cause sterility. Like, those are, you're a child making permanent life decisions. We would not allow kids to make any other permanent life decision, because kids cannot cognitively make permanent life decisions.
And That's what sane people think, and that's why Trump is the president. And when I say that, I'm not presenting him as the sane person. What I'm saying, we had some insane people running shit 5 minutes ago, and what they did was they pushed us into where we are now. But that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
I want to bring it back to the original discussion, so then I could let PK give his 1-2 because he's been begging, and then I think Leon wants to come in and give his 1-2. I'm not going to bring both of them in at the same time because I don't want to be here all night. But I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to speak, and then I'll let her rebut, and maybe I'll rebut, and then I'm going to drop you down and bring up the next person, right? Getting back to human monogamy, right? Or you know, and the monogamy is a social construct. Do we see eye to eye on that part of it? And I mean sexual monogamy. I ain't talking about agreements, none of that. I'm talking about I call it a social construct because you have to agree to suppress the biological urge to do it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, we agree that as adults, you have to suppress the biological urge to
and the qualifier.
Remain monogamous. Yeah.
And the qualifier. You say as adults. Why?
Oh, because I don't want to talk about
what?
Well, I mean, we could
children. Okay, so but okay, because when you said that, I was thinking because young people have sex with other young people.
I'm just saying. I'm just if I'm gonna make a overarching statement, I'll just keep it to over 18 and older. Right,
but this is what I'll say. I'll say that if we keep it all age appropriate, the same rules apply. So like if you're talking 18-year-olds with 18-year-olds or 15-year-olds with 15-year-olds and that sort of thing, you know, you got people in high school. Like I think that some of the guys in here would say that they've been in high school. We talking about, you know, whether it be the late 80s or 90s or whatever. And they probably attended a hooky party. You understand where I'm going here? So what I'm saying is this is before you get to the point where you start exercising social understanding and letting that inform your sexual behavior. Because with restrictions removed, just you being the young person interacting with other young people sexually, you are satisfying biological urges.
Yeah.
And that plays itself out in non-monogamy. And when you get older, then, oh, that's wrong and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. But
again, kind of further
agree that we all have to suppress the urges to
socially
to just do the things.
Yeah. I like there's more than there's more things that people have to suppress to have a function in society than just sexual behavior. It's a big one, but there's other things, right?
For sure.
Right? Like not stealing people's shit, you know. The 10 Commandments covers a lot of it, which is more social construct.
Yeah. Well, it's like the first 3 are about the deity and the other 7 are the social contract.
Right. Right. So what I'm saying is, in order for us not to have these conflicts, these are the rules if we're going to operate under a civilized society. So that's understood. I'm not necessarily implying good or bad with biology versus, but like you said, when you're talking about people's mental health, either one could be bad. It could be bad mentally for a person to conform to social norms. And then it could be bad for a person to venture outside of social norms based on where their morality stands or their, like you said, internal code and those things.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So like
Right.
if a person who wanted monogamy because that was the choice they wanted for themselves, but they kept trying to insert themselves into polyamorous relationships, that is going to be bad for them. So yeah, I agree with that.
So I'm gonna bring up PK first, and then we're gonna get to Leon. There's the link, right? I'm not. Hey Doc, I just want to know if you're still there. I'm not necessarily inviting you up because we towards the end of this. PK says he needs a solid 5 minutes. You give me 5 minutes. So wait for
Play
PK
the
to
Jeopardy
arrive.
song. You want to play the Jeopardy soundtrack while we
So far we got Leon. Leon, hold tight. PK hitting that link. Are you there? PK? PK probably stepped off again. So what we're going to do is we're going to hear Mr. Henny King talk to us for a second, right? What's going on, Jay-Z?
Man, I just got off work. And,
Oh, he says he got to connect my mic 1 second. Man, you should have been tight that.
oh, is it my mic?
No. That was PK. PK, don't go nowhere, man. We're gonna give him 5 minutes. You wanted 5 minutes, we're gonna give him 5 minutes. So let me do my timer here. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I wanted to bring up the part about serial monogamy and how it accelerated. So I like to start from prohibition because that's when they closed down brothels. And I listened to like the black feminists and the white feminists during that particular time. And what they were talking about is, their husbands don't talk to them or relate to them. And basically they come home drunk from coming from brothels. So a good place to start is Louisiana because they had some amazing brothels that we would have been spending some money in. You know what I mean? But then you get to the '60s, and I ended up running into an article, and it was talking about the separation between community forms of courting and dating. And I was like, wait, hold on. I thought dating and courting was the same thing. And so there's a distinct difference between the two of them. And I started reading more articles from the '60s from the silent generation. And then they have the feminist view that these ladies get to experience this. And you have the parents of the boomers and, the future Gen Xers speaking on the change in the environment with their children going to college and they're not dating within the community. I mean, they're not courting within the community so that we have no control over who they're engaging. So it became more of a free market tool as it accelerated, and like you can type in '60s how parents and communities felt about dating versus courting, and it'll be like 1,000 articles about it, and it's just interesting how it changed. And that's the first time I saw serial monogamy, and that's what they were considering, and they were like basically like, go ahead.
What serial monogamy? Define that.
It's short-term relationships while you're with someone, and how the parents felt about it was because they had no authority over their kids while they were in school now and going to college, and basically now your kids are dating outside of their community
I
and
got you.
people they grow up with.
So you're saying when you say serial monogamy, I think I get it now. When you say serial monogamy, dating this guy, then dating this guy, then dating that
Yes,
guy for a time, and then dating that guy.
yes, and you move
Right.
to a next person.
This is why I don't like the definition of monogamy being one at a time, because you can date 30 guys one at a time or 30 women one at a time and call yourself monogamous. When
Well,
that doesn't necessarily, again, that defeats the argument of human beings being sexually monogamous animals.
oh yeah,
You
I don't
understand what
believe in
you
that.
understand what I'm saying? No, well, this is kind of like to Maggie, and I'm not saying that she disagrees with that point, but go ahead. I want you to finish out.
All right, so when they talk about serial monogamy rising in the '60s, they intersect people living together without getting married, and in every version of that, dating long term, having intercourse, then eventually breaking up and getting on to the next person. The adventure of the dating versus how older people wanted them to be communal, and it's like, wait, I free range to experience something different. And you read the feminist articles, and they're like, it comes off as like anything else that we've read. That it's an adventure. It's I feel more free. I have the ability to not, have my parents know these people that I'm engaging with, and it's a lot of that, and I found it interesting. And like there's literally charts that separate what dating is from courting and what it's meant for. They were created in the 60s, and they reflected back to the same thing always, that this came from prostitution, forms of prostitution. That's how every community felt about it in every single article.
Well, I mean,
And I
unless you
just found it
trade in
interesting.
something, unless you trade in something for the sexual encounter, and it don't even have to be money.
Yeah.
But when people talk about dating one person at a time, I call that like a social monogamy, because you've agreed, okay, well, I'm gonna just deal with
Yes.
you while I'm dealing with you. And again, I don't think most people satisfy that standard,
Yeah,
especially in
because
their youth. Go ahead.
it's a social agreement between two people to be monogamous
Right,
amongst each other. It's not
right,
actually the the state aligned form of monogamy.
right. But what right, what I tend to debate or argue is that it is not a person's base nature to do
I
that.
don't,
You have to like what, and I'm not saying that you're saying different. What,
yeah.
again, a consistent argument that I'm making throughout this conversation is what I'm referring to is kind of like the biological monogamy, not necessarily social. So
Oh
what we
no,
talking about?
biologically, it's farther from the truth, because basically, I wish I saved the video, but it was some European guys talking about when a smaller percentage of males got all the women, and the guys that were peasants that own anything, they send them to war because they were
Right.
surplus males. And what it did was it uprooted the society, because you would have trained guys that do skills to say, if I'm not going to get a woman, I'm not going to produce, or I'm just going to leave, and I'm going to find a different group of communal women to have some babies with. And so your
So
your your
right.
societies fall, or they're uprooted by the surplus males that are mad, and they end up killing the king or the ruler, the ruling class. And so they
So go ahead. I'm
that's what I
sorry.
was talking about. That's when I was talking to you about, like, the difference in birth rate ratios. You know, black women are kind of 1 to 1, but white people, Anglo Saxons, are like 103 to 100. So you always have a surplus of more males, and then it tends to happen that boys, die in early age,
When you say
or
surplus, you mean a population surplus, or you mean a surplus?
yes, surplus of males, because they slightly have, like, some have 102 males to 100 females, and but what you see with Africans for some reason and Americans is it's like a 1 to 1 birth ratio. But then, women miscarry male childs a lot more than female
Yeah,
children.
because I was going to ask you,
See,
does this related to birth or death? Because like you can have
that's
an
where it gets
abundance of, huh?
that's where it gets complicated, because it changes at the age of like 45 for white guys, when I think it's 45 when white women become the majority. But during, like, adolescent years, it's slightly more boys every generation.
So in a minute, I'm gonna have to bring PK in here.
Yeah,
Because I don't want to hold up Maggie too long.
yeah.
I probably done that already. Um, but this is what I'll say. Earlier I mentioned gender asymmetry, and gender asymmetry points to the population. What it doesn't account for is what you mentioned earlier: is how many men are actually having sex with the available women.
Hmm.
So that's another asymmetry. There's a actual asymmetry in mating So when you have most of the women actually procreating with a smaller group of men, that you present another asymmetry. And I'm glad I'm saying this now because I think PK has a point regarding that, because he's talking about 1-to-1 and things like this. Just because there's this amount of men and women in the population, it doesn't give you a 1-to-1 pairing.
Yes.
Then when you talk about men who don't like women and women who don't like men, there's so much to add to it. And then women who don't like men because they, well, that's social. I don't want to talk about that. If we're just talking about just basic, sexual pairings, then you have to factor that in. I'm gonna bring PK up, bro.
Yeah, but I don't think monogamy is natural. I think it's socially created. So
Right.
guys do not leave your country and produce somewhere else or upturn your country. That was the reason the white guys gave. The white
Right.
guys started using monogamy.
Right, because there's more women than men in this gender asymmetry, it kind of guarantees the men at least one woman.
Yeah.
And Maggie, I don't know if you were kind of like pointing to that earlier, where it's like, okay, if we have monogamy, it guarantees that the fittest of men don't get all the women.
I wasn't, but if you want to attribute that to me, that's fine. Because it sounds good.
But to be honest, that happens anyway. That's why you get the fittest of men procreating with the women and the men who are not so fit raising the children.
Well, that sounds really unfortunate.
What is real?
I get that. But when you were talking, I was kind of thinking about how there almost needs to be more men than women, because if women are the gatekeepers, they need to have options. So if you end up with more women than men, then you are going to end up in like a polygamous or polyamorous type situation, because the fittest men are going to have to take on more women, unless those women just don't want to have kids or don't want to be married at all.
But listen to what I'm saying. Even with more women, you still have most women choosing the smaller group of men. So it's not that there's not enough men, it's that they don't want all the men.
It's because they smell better, Marcus.
Yeah. But this is the weird thing, Marcus.
No, and that's not a joke.
Yeah.
Did you know that one of my favorite studies is called the T-shirt study. And in this study, they found out that women's attraction has to do with scent, and that women have pheromone receptors in their nose. And when these women, so men would put on the T-shirts, work out, and then they got put on like dress forms or dummies. Women smelled them and rated whether they smelled good or not. And what they actually found was women rated higher attraction with more genetic diversity, meaning that they were good to procreate with.
But these are guys that's working out.
Yeah, so they could smell their sweat.
Right.
It's not only guys that are working out. It's even the work that you do, and it looks like you did something. They find
it was them working out, because male pheromones are in their sweat. And so the women would smell the T-shirts and they literally would be attracted by genetic diversity.
No, I understand what you're saying, but like a lot of times when we read these studies, they account for other things, right? So how much I'm just curious to ask this, how much of that is attributed to where they just had the shirts to smell?
Yeah, they all wore white T-shirts, and they were all like 1X T-shirts, no matter the size of the guy or the height or how much money he made. Like none of that, and they just worked out. It was sweaty, and they put them on the forms, and the women smelled them, and that's all they could know about the guy was that how he. All
right, okay, cool, thank you. All right, that clarifies a lot for me. So they didn't see the guy, so they eliminated the aesthetic component. So you don't see the guy, you don't know what he looks like. You just have a shirt. Right. So they compared the guys who worked out sweat to what? What were they measuring that against?
So there were 10 T-shirts. There was a range of guys, but all the women saw was 10 sweaty white t-shirts. They smelled them, and then they had to rate how attractive the man was based on the smell of their sweat.
No, but what was the difference if all the guys worked? So what I'm saying is, what were they measuring that against? In other words, you have 10 t-shirts, all the guys worked out and sweated, and they got all so what is the difference in the t-shirts? Are they measuring guys who work out versus guys who do something
They
else and
were
sweat?
trying to figure out how women at a biological level actually choose someone to procreate with. And
Right.
because they took the DNA, they took blood samples from all these people because they're trying to figure this out. And so, but the women rated them all over the place. Like one woman might say this t-shirt smells like a guy who is really sexy, and the next woman would smell that same exact t-shirt and say this is funky and gross.
Right.
So then they looked at the DNA makeup of who rated who attractive, and it had to do with genetic diversity, meaning that from a biological level, it was okay to procreate with that man. Because if there's not enough genetic diversity, that's how you end up with, birth defects and things like that.
So you say genetic diversity, you mean
Far enough away from your own tree.
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Kissing cousins.
Yeah. So
how did they differentiate the guys?
they had a wide variety of guys. Like there were they looked at like different socioeconomic status, different races, different weights, and just, all the things that women say. Women are not, here's the thing, women at a baseline level are not visually stimulated like men are. Men are visually stimulated, women are olfactorily stimulated.
So hold on one second. Hey, Leon, I got to drop you down. I got to bring up PK, and I got to give him every minute that I gave you. So I'm gonna stop this clock. So let me. I appreciate you for jumping in here, man. But nah, this is interesting. I mean, it's not my first time hearing this, but I just be like, I be seeing women with some like dirty motherfuckers that don't smell good, and I'm like, well, look at this. But anyway. Yeah, let me bring up PK, and I want, all right.
Ready? I'll let you, bro.
I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna bring up PK. Let me know if you're there, bro.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's up? Before you jump in, I wanted her to finish her point about olfactory stimulation.
That's just what I was gonna say, and that well, actually, nobody really knows that about women, right? Because women will say this person's visually stimulating, or I like this, that, and the third. But the thing that's going to actually arouse you the most is through your nose,
right?
Which may be why women do talk about, how he smells.
So you don't think that the other factors matter at all, or they
I think they do matter.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to ask you. To what degree? Like, because you can have a guy with so what is genetic? You can have a genetic diverse, unattractive man, right?
How unattractive is he going to be to you if he's like genetically a great match to procreate?
No. I'm talking about based on the smell, right? So, like, what I'm saying is a guy who's visually unattractive, right? Mm-hmm. But he has enough genetic diversity to where the pheromones are giving the smell off that the women would be attracted to, but otherwise, right? Mm-hmm. Visually, this guy doesn't, he's not exhibiting any, strength or anything like any of the other indicators of what I say genetic fitness.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sound like you for a minute. I think social contracts play into that a lot, because we all also know women who is with a guy and we're like, wow, why? I mean, we know it happens the other way too, but just specifically for this, you're like, maybe these other factors like success or looks or whatever, it just doesn't match up. And she'll be like, well, he's funny, or, something like that. I think if we as women didn't feel like we had to get a lot of external validation for who we're with and what we're doing, we might pick the guy who just smells great because, and she'll say things like, well, once you get to know him, he gets better looking,
Well, you don't
and it's that kind of stuff.
you don't think a guy might meet the olfactory requirement, but might fail other requirements of
For sure.
like even with social stuff removed. I mean,
For
on a
sure.
base
He
level.
might smell great, and then I find out, he's a serial window peeper or something, and then I wouldn't want to.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, I'm talking about aesthetically. Like he might not meet other requirements, and I'm again. You're talking about social stuff. I'm only talking about base level attraction, right? Today, that's all we talking about. We're not talking about,
Yeah.
any of the.
There's more than one person that will meet your genetic requirements. You know what I mean? You
Right.
may have genetic diversity, but you look at them and you're like, yeah, no, they don't meet any of my preferences whatsoever.
So,
but
Mhm.
but I was just gonna say, there's always going to be somebody else that smells good too. For those women, it wasn't just like one guy was like a 10.
So I'm gonna let PK jump in here. You got around 10 to 15 minutes. I hope you don't use it all. You said you need a solid 5. If you go over that, I ain't mad at you because I let homie do his thing. So yeah, jump on in here and let us hear what you got.
All right. Well, I mean, it shouldn't take me too much longer than 5 because that's what we agreed on, right? So I'll try to stick to it. Well, firstly, your argument surrounding the biological realities and the social factors, in my opinion, are just off base. They're just wrong. It's okay that they're wrong. I know that Maggie agreed with it, but I think you're both wrong on this issue. I think it's a mix, as you have in the title, of nature and nurture. It's not either or. What's really going on here is that women and men both have the strict biological realities, but unfortunately and fortunately, there is also a social element to it. The moment that humans decide to group together in any environment, it doesn't matter the environment, you actually have a biological need for monogamy, believe it or not. And it's something that is mostly agreed upon, not only biologically, but also socially. Now, you can make the argument by virtue, like you did earlier, of, well, we like other women when they pass us, and we want to bed them. That's true, but as Maggie presented, you have a brain. We're not like other species, and the argument itself, believe it or not, that you're making is the bonobo feminist argument. That's the stem. That's the root of where that comes from, which was later adopted by pro-blacks, which is unfortunate. And I don't know if you're aware of that, but that's where that originates. Now, this argument in and of itself only came to be and only persists now, I would argue, because people want to find ways in which to justify themselves in being some form of polygamous or partial polygamy. That's not the best arrangement for people. And quite frankly, I don't think that most people even like it. I think they go along with it, but I don't think most people prefer it. It's not the preferred way that most humans would like to interact, I don't think. There are groups of men and women who do like it, however, as you mentioned, Marcus. You may even be one of those men. And I think there are, is a sizable portion of men who would also like that. But I don't think it breaks the 51+% of men and women in most societies. I don't think that's the case. I think that's more social conditioning. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you kind of tiptoed around it. I don't know if you're aware of it, but you actually you broach into making eugenicist arguments at certain points of your discussion here. I don't know if you're aware of it.
Point it out.
So what you were doing earlier was essentially making the argument by virtue of women's desires that they ought to be choosing the most genetically gifted amongst us, or making the argument that they are. And I mean, that's just simply not true. And I think you can point to the past and look at certain times in history where we extrapolate our argument where 80% of women have reproduced and 20% or 40% of men have reproduced, and believe that that was all of human history, and it just wasn't. That's not the case. Now, even in our own recent history here in America, that wasn't even the case. Now, if we encompass all of human history and look at it that way, that it, that did happen. That is the overarching number. But you can't actually. Go ahead.
No, continue, because I'm listening to you because I'm going to respond to you, but I want to hear you out.
So you actually, when you make the argument that that is the arrangement and that ought to be the arrangement, what you actually argue is that you're making arguments for eugenics, which is I mean, if you're okay with that, you can do that. But
I never said in the whole video that anything ought to be anything. That's not something I said. Then I was going to ask you, at what point of the conversation did you come in? Because now you're saying that I said something ought to be. I've said numerous times, and I think Maggie can attest to this.
hold on, just to be clear, I should have let up with this. For this second argument that I just made, I'm not going to attribute this to you, only the first argument, because I don't know if this is something that you actually believe. I didn't hear you say that. I'm just kind of, you left it open-ended, so I don't know. That's all.
I think people, when they hear people say certain things, they think that the person is making an argument wrong or right for it. I think, again, this is morality coming in and social beliefs in a lot of what you're saying. What you got to understand is even like just the term survival of the fittest is eugenic in nature, right? I think I'm not arguing pro or against. I'm just saying what is. And, even what they call it, natural selection is eugenic by nature. Would you oppose that? Just natural selection is eugenic.
Correct. It actually was later adopted by the man who termed it as such. His brother is the one who came up with dysgenics. So yes, I'm aware, and it is eugenics that eventually branched off.
No, we're not talking about guys who said this or said that. Do you believe that there's natural selection
amongst animals? Correct.
We are animals.
Yes and no.
Yes, but yes.
Yes and no.
So there's this idea that, we're smart and we can choose to do this. Again, we choose to do certain things because, like you said in the beginning of the discussion, you said things are social and you want to be in with social, which is everything that I said. Left with those things removed, it's natural selection. If you're not, so what I'm saying is, if you're not being influenced by social norms in the environment that you live in, right? If you're not being influenced by that, and then you said something else about, the entire time humans were here, we didn't always live in the same world. So whereas women had to choose men for survival at one point, they don't have to do that any longer. So they can choose mates based on a different set of attraction rules than they once did. I think once upon a time when a woman had to survive, the man she picked was based on different things, and it was a survival thing. And I think, Mag, me and you had, it was me and someone else talking, and you put in the chat that women are about, and I even said women, I see women as survival creatures. It's like, y'all great, hold on. It's like you guys, great BGS says, well, if the society crumbles, then women will come crawling back, right? Because the society is what keeps them from just the raw elements. They can't, without the thing that we built, this thing that we built, women have a harder time surviving, right? So we built in these protections and provisions and all of these things that make women safe and able to survive in this false sense of independence. So then now, again, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, now they can choose men based on a different set of things than what they would have without these things. So what I'm saying to you is, yeah, I understand. This is what I told Maggie on Facebook. I understand that human beings are social, but the things that we create in that society are not nature. It is fallacious to say that. We are social animals. And yes, we are animals. We are mammals. And a lot of the things that we operate on are related to that, especially in a sexual context. So when Maggie speaks on women finding men attractive from an olfactory standpoint, that is very animalistic.
Correct.
Very animalistic.
But here you go. So let's do this. Did Maggie say that even the question that you posed to her, right? Did she say that only the woman's smell, her olfactory senses, is what determines whether or not that mate is selected? Yes or no?
She said it is what did you say? Maggie's here. She can say it herself. She made it a
point to say that no. Just because
homeboy. I asked her, were there other factors? She said it was one of the huge factors. Am I misquoting you?
It's one of the first factors, but yeah, you did have to ask me if there are other factors and if they play into it.
Right. So it is my belief that, I mean, I if she's saying that there was a study and the study went that way, again, it also goes back to your point about who's the sample and et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, she didn't offer that information. I had to ask for it. So I asked her, were there other factors aside from the scent that contributed to attraction? Because it's my belief, it's my belief just based on what I've seen in others and what I've experienced, that there's a number of factors, right? Which I agree with her. Visual aesthetics is not always number one. There's other things. We see women with men who we like, well, damn, I look better than this guy. Why is she with him? Right? But what I'm saying to you is, what you're making the mistake of, again, applying all these social things into my argument, when my argument is just basic raw sexual attraction, and not just raw sexual attraction, but how many people sexually engage with more than one person in a given time period. There are less people on planet Earth, right, with the opportunity to be sexually active, that are only sexually active with one person in their lifespan, or not at the same time as in the same room, but like even with Leon talking about serial monogamy, I consider that to be non-monogamous. Social monogamy is the agreement that I'm only going to deal with you while I'm dealing with you in this relationship and this understanding and blah, 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 blah. There's this higher understanding, right? But you have animals. You talking about lions per se, like he mates with several females in the pride.
You're right. Yeah, but we're not lions.
We're not
bonobos, nor are we apes. The thing is that,
but we have a lot in common sexually and reproductively with animals, bro. That can't be debated.
That can be somewhat attributed to humanity, but not entirely, and that's where you fall short when you make you want to make a direct corollary argument where there's none to be found. Because humans are unique in this way.
You have to make that argument, bro. Don't just say that I fall short without explaining how.
Well, you can't just jump in. I was going to go there, but okay.
Okay, I'm listening. No, it sounds like you stopped for breath, bro. But
I'm a smoker, man. Listen, I gotta breathe, dog.
Hey, man, that's your business.
You're right. It's a personal problem. You got to get it out. So the thing is that we like to believe that we have many studies, like you mentioned, that oftentimes correlate humanity to animals. That can be sometimes useful, but much of it falls short when you start to make the distinctions and try to point to animals that are one-to-one with humanity. There is no equal to humanity in that sense.
That's not my argument at all.
You are making that argument.
No, I'm
Whether
not.
you believe
Now
yourself
you're telling
to be
me.
or not.
No, I'm not. I'm not making that argument.
So
I'm
are you not
absolutely
trying
not.
to extrapolate human sexuality with animals?
I'm saying that we are animals. That's
Okay,
number one.
So that's the
We
same
are.
argument I just made.
No. You're making it like you use lions or whatever, like because I mentioned lions. But when it comes to when we talk about the animal kingdom, and humans are definitely part of the animal kingdom, you have animals that are monogamous and you have animals that are not. And my argument is that the human animal is not biologically, not even sexually. Now, what we come up with when we come up with these ideas and we create, again, these civilizations that, look, we don't live in the natural world. Concrete is not natural. Electricity and plumbing is not natural. We don't live in the natural world. We live in a world that we created, we built, and we created rules that are often, bro, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish the point. You gotta let me finish the point. We created rules that are often in opposition with our biology, because if we were to live by our biology, we would not have order. So a lot of these things that we come up with, that we create, these rules that we come up with, is for order. I'm not against order. So I'm not saying what things ought to be. I'm saying what it is. We have rules in the civilized society for order. Otherwise, we would be in the wild, which, if you probably go far back enough, we were that in human history. And I'm talking about like primitive human history. We were closer to wild than we are now. And when you, again, remove these social restrictions, or you allow for people to operate in a manner that they won't have to face social scrutiny, they do these things that I'm describing. So my argument is that most people, right, they have sexually engaged at whatever point in their life. It doesn't matter to me. Most people, again, provided you have the space and opportunity, they have engaged sexually with more than one person. I'm not talking about trizzies and things of this nature. I'm talking about today is Monday, tomorrow's Tuesday. Whether there was a social agreement or not that you were to or not to do so. Why do you think we have all these conversations about female body count and all this other shit? Because people are monogamous? Go ahead, bro.
Well, okay. So, Maggie, I know you have to go soon. Did you have anything to add before you drop off? If I'll hold myself back and let you go.
Thank you. I was actually typing to you in the private chat. So
what we're gonna do?
Marcus will. I know Marcus will correct me if I'm wrong, but my takeaway from Marcus's stance is that the urge, the animal instinct, right, will be there. The urge itself is non-monogamous. Now, whether you take action on the urge is based on a lot of things. So I think for Marcus, whether you take action is based on whether you have access, and what the societal structure is, right? And I add to that personal preference, right? So if my personal preference in what I want to hold myself to is monogamy, great, then I'm not going to take action. But the urge itself, the actual animal instinct, is still going to get sexually aroused by other people than the person you're with. But whether
you have a brain, right?
is based on other things.
Well, animals have brains. And we are animals.
What the difference is the higher level functions of the brain that the human species has over animals.
It doesn't matter. What I'm telling you is your body.
Matter. That's the whole distinction.
No, what she said is absolutely correct when she gave you an assessment of what my stance is.
I understand your stance now.
Your approach and whether or not to is based on what people taught you is wrong or right to do. The fact that we live in the West, we think monogamy is the way to go. There are more societies that are not monogamous than those that are. And that was to another point that you made earlier. You only think it's the right way to go because we're from here, just like a lot of people worship Jesus. I'm sorry.
Wrong answer. That's not true.
Well, you wouldn't know.
I can give you a whole. I can list you a whole host of societies the world over, including the East, from Russia to Japan to Korea to China. Yo, come on, man.
How about this?
Come on, man.
In Japan, where I've been several times, right? You might have two people together, but the women, they know that the guys are.
We're not even just speaking to modernity. We're talking throughout history.
No, bro, but this is history we're in right now. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying to you is, bro, what I'm saying to you at a base level, under all the societal bullshit and understandings and rules and things like that, the biological imperative is what it is. Now, your ability to control it because you want to blend into what the societal norms is a different conversation. But what your body is telling you to do, urging you to do, drawing you to do is biological, and it is nature, and it is innate. And if it wasn't, you wouldn't have these urges. Your urge would be not to do it. The only reason you don't,
brain comes into play, which is also what biology.
The brain is because the brain has learned that it is not acceptable behavior.
If that's
where the brain,
it's also a natural feature, right? It's biology.
No, it's not natural. It is your brain.
All stages, as far as we understand it, had brains and had access to higher order functioning, correct?
Your brain is natural, but what you create and the understandings and all of that is not necessarily natural. That means anything that men think of, because their brain is natural, by your argument, your conclusion is faulty. You're saying that everything that we think of to create or come up with, or these standards, is nature.
The natural and the social are combined. You want to differentiate the two, but the thing is that you can't.
You know how I am? Because there are social environments that do not subscribe to the social standard we're talking about today. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, there are different cultures where their rules and social norms differ. So to some extent is enough to make the argument. In the argument that we're making, it's definitely true. If it was natural, it would be a human constant, and it's not. People want it to be because they attach their morality, which is also learned, to the idea. It's an idea. Monogamy is an idea that exists in a social environment, and other people have a different idea.
We got to go back to that, man. Bro. This is bad logic. I don't know where you got this from, bro. Where'd you get this from? Like I said, this is feminist.
Where did I get it from?
I don't even know how you came up with this.
We're gonna have to table this discussion. PK, I want you to come back, and we're gonna do a part 2 of this with just me and you, because we're gonna be here all night. I wanna let no, bro, bring your weed and all that shit, and we're gonna let Maggie go. But no, we're done for the night. We've been here for 4 hours.
I'd like Maggie to come back as well. If you're dragging me back, man, I'd like Maggie to come back as well so that she can have this discussion with us.
I ain't dragging your ass nowhere, motherfucker. You come here if you want to, and if not, then we good.
Me, man. You got me at gunpoint, bro. You done called me out. Called me to the man. Like, what the hell, man?
Y'all hear this motherfucker right here?
Damn.
But what I'm saying is, bro, different cultures teach their people different things. What's right over there might be wrong here. Right. So, but what you're saying is it's all natural, but it differs.
Can I jump in yet?
Yeah, and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want you to say, I want her to get the last word. I'm gonna give Maggie the last word, and then we're out of here. It's 8 o'clock. We started this. Well, it's 8 o'clock on the West Coast. So 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast. We gotta go. PK, I'll invite you back. Ain't nobody force you to do shit. Okay. So go ahead, Maggie. I want to hear what Maggie got to say.
Well, I will just say we never actually got into the debate of nature versus nurture. I mean, we just kind of went on what we were doing. So, um, I just wanted to respond to PK and to you, Marcus, as well. But you already, I think you already understand this, Marcus. But one of the biggest points I was trying to make is that while railing against societal norms or accepting societal norms, it really doesn't do anybody any good to prescribe to others what the best is.
Okay.
Even say, well, biologically we have all these urges, so we should be sleeping with more people. That's prescribing to other people. Or saying, our societal norms say that we're supposed to be monogamous, so everybody needs to be monogamous. I
Right.
think it's probably best to make the argument for all sides of options that people have that include everybody consenting to whatever's happening, and everybody's adults and everybody's on board, and there are no victims, and not prescribing to other people what is right or wrong for them. We all have our preferences, even when you talk about survival of the fittest, maybe. There was a time in human history when the fittest man was the biggest, strongest bear wrestler.
Right.
And we are now in the age of thought. And so the survival of the fittest is not just the biggest, strongest man. It's also the man who can create resources, who can solve problems, who can multitask, who can do a lot of things. So it's not the survival of the fittest changes when we get into that. I think it's called the TLK1 gene that humans have, where we can access this very high level thought. So the fittest doesn't even look the same. And then you add preferences into it, that personal preferences and personal morality and all these personal things. So I think that's just the one thing I want to leave people with, is that if you are an adult and there are consenting adults and there are no victims, then do what's good for you, what's healthy and makes you happy.
Right. But again, for functioning society, and I want people to understand, I want functioning society. I think that a lot of things that are being added to what I'm saying is that I think, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, Maggie, or even you, PK, to an extent. I don't think that, I think that people are hearing what I'm saying, and they're taking it as if I'm saying that just going with your base instincts is the better model. And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the two things clash, right? If you're going to have a functioning society, and a functioning society is good to have, right? It's good to have, right? You have to restrict some of these biological urges, even outside of like what you might have touched on, that might be sexual deviant shit, right? Just what we would do if we were left to our base natures is not the best for the progress of humanity socially, right? Socially. But at one point, it was because we had to multiply. At one point, men had to have more than one female, right? To produce the numbers we are now. That's just what it is, right? So a lot of the things that in early humanity that was okay to do is frowned upon now, because we're in a state where it's not necessarily, it's not necessary for the progression of the species, especially when we're trying to move forward in a civilized fashion, but we still war, We still cheat. We still, e-par. We still do all of this wild shit because this is really part of what we are underneath our social understandings. So that shit ain't never going away. I don't care what we agree upon and when the lights are on and we're facing each other. What human beings are and what we tell each other we are fundamentally two different things. So, PK, I'm inviting you. Maggie can come through if she wants. But your ass got okay. Now I'm gun pointing, motherfucker. Because if you want to say,
not the
what I'm saying. So what I'm saying to you,
bro, don't do me like that.
Nah, I'm fucking with you. But what I'm saying is because we got off kind of late. So because we have a fundamental disagreement, right? Then that has to be hashed out. But what you somehow think that social ideas are natural because they came from men whose brain is natural, and that's a bad argument to make. That's a very bad argument to make, because that means anything that man came up with as a social idea, like we should own people, is nature.
Oh shit!
Now I'm reaching, but I ain't reaching too far. Because again, at one point, society said you can own slaves. That's what society said. So is that natural? You bump into a very slippery slope, my friend, when you say that, where you try to marry the social and the biological together. Because there's a lot of ideas that we have socially that are at odds with our biology.
I agree with that statement.
And that's easy to argue, very easy to argue. But again, I think you're an intelligent guy. I don't like to argue with stupid people. So I'd like you to come back and say what you got to say. You always, it's good to see you in this motherfucker, and you're always welcome to this shit.
I'm always happy to talk to you, man. I enjoy your company and the dialogue we share as well, bro. Even when we disagree, I ain't gonna never hit you with no bullshit. It's just we can fundamentally disagree and just that's all it is. That's for me anyway. That's how I feel about it.
So we had a conversation.
Yes, sir.
Nobody called nobody a name. We didn't kill each other. I ain't gonna make a video like that nigga PK blah blah blah, man. I know you ain't like that.
Hey man, that's my bro too, bro. Don't do him like that, bro. Come on, man. Don't do it. Not while I'm here. Let me leave the room first, bro. At least, come on, man.
We out, bro. We out. I appreciate everybody for coming through there. I had to get you. I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. Shout out to thank you, Maggie, for coming through. Thank you, PK. Thank you, Leon, Mr. Henny King, everybody in the chat. Shout out to Dr. Thunder, which this conversation, the nature versus nurture conversation started between me and Dr. Thunder. We've had several, and I'm not talking about just recently, but several discussions about nature versus nurture and things of that nature. And the difference. So we out of here. I see you, Bishop. We out of here, man. I appreciate all y'all for coming through. 4-hour fucking video. That's crazy. I did not think. See, this is what happens when you do panels. 100. Peace. Trying to hit the end stream button, and there we go. Peace.